alive. We are alive. We are very much alive. We are alive. We are alive. We are very much alive. Welcome, 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 welcome.
Perry?
Mm-hmm. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Come on. I have a feeling it's gonna be a quiet stream. Is everybody asleep? Ba-dum, 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 ba-da-ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, 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 bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. Bum, ba-da, ba-bum, bum, 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 ba-dum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. Na, 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 na. Which was it? Pa, 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 pa. Dun, 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 dun. Para, pa, 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 pa. Para, pa, pa, pa. Para, pa, pa, pa. Pa, pa. Pa, pa. Ay. Nobody's prepared. Okay, there we. Bum 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 bum. Oh, coffee. Hey, what's up? Anybody? Nobody. Anybody? No. We're still regardless gonna have fun today. Because MGS2 is one of the best games ever made. It is one of the best games ever made. I love MG. As to I love GS2. Oh my god, Leech Hunter theme from Resident Evil 0. Alright. Alright. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. I'm setting up my Xbox, that's all. Oh shit, you can't see the Xbox. For the first time I'm seeing it before you. The finals? What the fuck is the finals? There's a Smite too? I didn't know there was a Smite too. What? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Hi. Bum, 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 para, bum, 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 para, bum, bum, para, bum, param. All right, these are the Snake Tales. Again, non-canon. Non-canon, basically alternate sequels to MGS1. They were basically an excuse for people, hey, you wanted to play more as Snake, well, you get to play as Snake more in MGS2. A wrongdoing. He was in. Snake's underwater infiltration of Big Shell was complete. As he entered the elevator in the lower part of Strut A, he paused to reflect on his briefing with Campbell. 6 hours earlier, Big Shell had been taken over by a group of heavily armed extremists. The terrorists had kidnapped the president, who was visiting Big Shell on an inspection tour, and taking him hostage along with several employees of the facility. Now they were using the hostages to blackmail the government. The terrorists' demands were a joke, a list of 20-odd trivialities plus 30 billion in cash. Your mission objectives are as follows, Campbell had said. First, infiltrate the ocean cleanup facility known as Big Shell and rescue the president and the other hostages. Second, neutralize the terrorists. You are authorized to use any means necessary to complete this mission. Your contact will be able to fill you in with more details later. Contact? One of the president's Secret Service agents, a man by the name of Richard Ames, seems to have eluded the terrorists. The name triggered something in Snake's brain. He'd heard it before. Ames. Isn't he Nastasia's husband? Ex-husband, Campbell corrected him. He's also the one who requested our help in the first place, but whatever means he was using to communicate with us has apparently been destroyed, and we can't get a hold of him anymore. You've got to get in touch with him, Ames, directly and find out anything you can about the situation inside. His Lance transmission came from Strut F, and he should still be hiding somewhere in that area. That's where you should head first. The elevator began its ascent as Snake took off his diving equipment. He went over Campbell's last directive one more time in his head. Ames was supposedly hiding from these terrorists. Even if Snake managed to get close to him, Ames wouldn't come out of hiding if Snake were being followed. Once he arrived at Strut F and started looking for Ames, he'd have to be extra careful to avoid being detected by the enemy. Strut F was located northeast of Strut A. There was a button here that... Yeah. You can see the whole picture. That's like almost like a cool background photo. So yeah, we're on Strat A. The president has been kidnapped. And we gotta get the Strat F where our contact is. I successfully made it into Big Shell. I should first get in touch with informant Ames and obtain information. According to the Colonel, Ames is in Strat F. What if I just wanna leave. Yeah, even snake tails have Easter eggs. The elevator began to descend. Snake took out a cigarette and lit it, feeling the battlefield slowly recede into the distance behind him. Just then, the codec sounded. This is Snake. Snake? What the hell do you think you're doing? Campbell's furious voice echoed in Snake's head. Colonel, shut up! I never should have trusted you. With that, the transmission cut off abruptly. That was the last Snake heard from Campbell. He stood alone in the elevator, watching the purple smoke curl around him in silence. Fuck! Oh my god, the only option was exit. You couldn't even continue. Oops. That's an amazing Easter egg. Coffee. So we have cigarettes, binoculars, and the AP sensor, which I actually never used in the main game because it's kind of worthless in the main game. Because you have the radar, but on Snake Tails you actually don't have the radar with you. So yeah, the current mission objective is just find Ames in Strat F. We have the map. That's good.
There's who is that? It's the enemy.
Nothing, please, for the love of God. It's been a while since I played this. I didn't remember there was another enemy in there. And I wanna investigate everything because I don't even remember the last time on a playthrough I've actually fully gone through all the lockers and all the rooms and shit like that. What happens if I go to Strat A or Strat B? It's locked. I kind of had an idea that it would be. Snake has a coughing problem in this game, by the way, or a sneezing problem. That's why I was like doing the crouching and getting back up, because that prevents Snake from having a fucking sneeze. Okay, there is a camera there on Snake Tails as well. There's also a box over there, which I didn't even know about. Wait, I thought there was a ration. Oh, it's over there. Box 3. choo. Here's FA connecting bridge, so we can get to start F. This is gonna be a little bit tough though. Oh, there's Jape grenades. No, that's a stun grenade. That's actually fucking horrible. Okay, the camera is locked down there. Oh, there's two cameras anyway.
Who is that? It's the enemy. I need help.
No, you're not! God damn it! Jesus Christ. Why can't I hear it? Oh, he's the nothing here guy. That's a little bit bad. Worse.
Nothing here.
Yeah, nothing here. Because if we kill him or knock him out, more guards will come to the area. There's bound to be an M9 somewhere in this location. Nothing here. Because there's basically two endings to almost all of these non-canon scenarios, and you usually need a tranquilizer for all of the other alternate endings. You have a book?
Nothing here.
Jesus.
Nothing here.
Jape grenades would have been useful just a second ago.
Nothing here. Nothing here.
There's Ames. Snake addressed the man.
You must be Ames.
Ames nodded. And you must be Solid Snake. Learning to read Snake's shrugs, Ames took this as a yes. I knew they'd send you. After all, I asked for the best man they had. That was quite an impressive job you pulled on that tanker a few years ago. Oh, the tanker event is canon. Oh. You mean slaughtering those terrorists at the last man? He felt the painful memories resurfacing in his mind. Scores of fresh young soldiers lying dead in heaps on the deck, the acrid smell of blood permeating in every corner of the ship. But you managed to get all the hostages out safely, didn't you? Asked Ames. Snake had heard these words countless times. They never helped ease the pain. They never would. Snake did not feel like explaining that. Where is the president? He said, getting to the point. Ames looked away. I don't know.
What about the other hostages?
I'm not sure.
Are you telling me you don't know anything?
I've seen the leader of the terrorists. Who? Who is it? Fat Man. Snake searched his memory. It didn't take long for him to trace the name. Fat Man, a disgraced former Navy SEAL turned mad bomber, self-styled emperor of explosives, a man with no philosophy or greed, a hardened criminal who'd sell himself to anyone for the right price. But hadn't he arrested 3 years after that church bombing incident? He was acquitted, Ames spat in disgust, as if anticipating Snake's question.
Even though more than 30 people died in the blast?
The jury found him not guilty. They said there was still a reasonable doubt as to whether he had done it or not. Batman's got a lot of rich and powerful friends who can afford to hire the best defense attorneys in the business. He bought his freedom with the same blood money he made from killing those innocent people. Ames's mouth twitched. Maybe I was going to grin. If he was judged correctly, this would not have happened. In other words, the jury's mistakes about to kill us and their president. Ames turned around towards Snake. Snake, rescue the president. I know Fat Man was the heliport. He's probably still giving orders there now. The heliport on the roof of Strut E. Right? A Snake nodded and got up to leave. Ames stopped him. Don't waste your time trying to take him alive. He's got too many tricks up his sleeve. And the president's life is still in danger. Ames took out his USP and looked straight into Snake's eyes. Promise me you'll kill him. He handed the USP to Snake, then he produced a few more objects from his jacket. Here, you'd better take these along with you too. I picked them up on my way here. They should come in handy when you're taking care of Fat Man. Coolant spray, the bomb detecting sensor A, and a level 1 security card. Snake took the items and added them to his equipment. Alright, leave the rest to me. I'm counting on you. I think I'll just stay here for a while.
Sounds like a good plan to me.
Snake left the room and he heard a click as the door locked behind him. True to his word, Ames was planning to hole up in that room. The codec sounded. It was Campbell. Snake, we found out where the hostages are being held.
How?
By email. Someone in there is using their cell phone to send messages to the government. A Secret Service agent named Jennifer.
Where are the hostages?
She says they're in the Shell 1 core on level B1.
I found out where the terrorist leader is too. What's my priority here? The leader or the hostages?
I'll leave that up to you, Snake. Good luck. Oh, I did save it already. Okay. I would ask the chat what we would do here, but seeing as I'm probably alone. Ames told me that Batman is on the heliport, and according to the Colonel, there are hostages tied up on level B1 Shell 1 core. Which side I choose is up to my judgment. I would ask the chat if there was somebody there. I don't know if there is. Should we go to rescue the hostages or should we go take down the terrorist leader? Huh? I'm guessing there's not gonna be an answer.
Nothing.
Oh no!
I got you.
Nothing is going on.
Communications with Strut F have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
Nothing is going on.
Nothing here.
Nothing is going on. Yeah.
Nothing else to report.
Of course you're unable to find him. Duh. I said nothing was going on. Didn't I tell you nothing was going on?
Nothing here.
Nothing here. Is that another box? That's another box. Is there no other guards here other than this one? This one?
Nothing here.
I was trying to say freeze, but that kind of went into chaos.
Nothing here.
Well, I didn't find an M9 in this area. I was kind of hopeful there would be because this is like an armory. I mean, we want the good endings, right? Ames really wanted us to kill Fat Man, but let's be honest, we're not gonna kill Fat Man.
Nothing here.
Ah!
Enemy sighted.
No! God damn it! I'm not very good at snake tails, apparently. Clear! Clear!
Return to your positions. Increase security.
At the very least, I want that suppressor.
Understood. Reinforcements are on the way to Strut F. Intensify the level of security.
Got one. Everyone, watch your back. Send the replacement guard for the area.
Understood. Reinforcements are on the way to Strut F. Intensify the level of security.
Nothing here.
Kidding me? Bum 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 bum.
Why are you late with your status report? What's going on? Respond.
Nothing is going on. Let's calm down.
Communications with Strut F have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
Unable to locate the AWOL soldier. Nothing else to report.
Wait a minute. How am I supposed to get over there? Why is the AP sensor still reacting? Oh wait, there's... Oh, I get it.
Don't shoot!
Don't shoot! You're useless to me. But wait a second. How am I supposed to get that with Snake? Don't shoot! I do not understand how I'm supposed to get that box with Snake. Or that suppressor with Snake. EF connecting breach. Yeah, okay, yeah, we're gonna head to Shell 1 core. Because I wanna rescue those hostages. It's still a little bad that I don't know where the M9 is. Because I swear to God, there is an M9 somewhere. Hmm?
Freeze.
I'm a fucking murderer! I am aware of that. Chaff grenades are useful, especially when I don't have a suppressor. We found a microphone. I swear to God there is supposed to be an M9. Like every one of these levels, because otherwise how will we get the good ending? Jesus! I didn't know you were gonna come all the way here.
Don't kill me.
Don't kill me, I'm gonna shoot you in the balls. I hope that doesn't kill you. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Okay, stop, Jape. Fucking stop. Jesus Christ. More stun grenades. Still no M9. There's M9 ammo! Where do I get the M9?
Freeze.
I'm a murderer! Oh, and yeah, and if anybody's curious on Snake Tales, the way the guards are moving around is different than in the main game. So it's not as easy as, you know, well, they're, you know, how can you not remember where they are?
Freeze.
Please. More!
Was there a noise just now?
That was not a noise just now. You're imagining it. Huh?
Freeze.
There's a ration here. Still no M9, which I was looking for. Shell 1 core, B1 hull. Snake entered the assembly hall. There were the hostages, more than 20 of them by the looks of it. Terrorist guards patrolled the area, checking in every so often by radio. If they got even a whiff of anything suspicious, the whole place would be flooded with reinforcements in no time. Once that happened, there'd be nowhere to run. Snake would somehow have to get in touch with Jennifer without being detected. There was, however, another problem. How to tell which hostage was Jennifer? Snake called Campbell on the codec.
Colonel, can you tell me if Jennifer has any distinguishing features?
Sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you there.
Why not?
Jennifer is apparently sending us email with her hands tied behind her back. You wouldn't be able to tell which one is her even if we sent her mail from here. Snake clicked his tongue in frustration. Campbell thought for a minute. I've got it! If you hear the sound of someone punching the keys on a cell phone, that person must be Jennifer. Listen for that sound. The sound of keys on a cell phone. Snake, use the directional microphone, Campbell continued. Jennifer is using her cell phone to send us email. If you hear the sound of someone punching keys on a cell phone, turn toward the nearest hostage and press the Y to talk to that person. If it really is Jennifer, she should give you some sort of response.
What if I'm wrong?
The enemy might hear the noise and come to investigate. Don't talk to just anyone. Don't press the Y until you're absolutely sure that it's Jennifer you're talking to. There you go. So yeah, our current mission objectives. Jennifer is in this room somewhere. Supposedly, Jennifer is typing up an email right now. If I find her with the directional mic and press the Y, I think I can get in touch with her. I don't remember if there were any other guards in this area other than this one. Kind of making the very easy difficulty, actually. Oh my god, there's the guard. There's a ration under there. Is there anything under anything? I don't think so, no. I'm still looking for that M9. M9 ammo, we can find M9 ammo everywhere, but no M9.
You're Jennifer, right?
My name's Cindy.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Where is Jennifer? Because that's what Jennifer looked like in the main game.
You're Jennifer, right?
I'm Linda.
Whoop. Maybe that's Jennifer. Maybe she's in the same sitting in the same location as in the main game. No!
You're Jennifer, right?
Yeah, we found Jennifer. Jennifer looked as if she were about to say something. Snake swiftly reached out and covered her mouth with his hand.
Keep your voice down, they'll hear us.
Snake removed her blindfold, keeping an eye out for approaching guards. Upon seeing Snake's face, Jennifer's clear brown eyes glowed with joy. But now was not the time to grant her wish. Snake said to her,
I don't mean to disappoint you, but my first priority is to rescue the president.
You'll just have to be patient until I get him to a safe place. Jennifer's shoulders sagged. First, though, I need you to tell me everything you know. If you understand me, nod your head. Jennifer nodded. Snake lifted his hand from her mouth. What's going on?
What's going on here?
Well, when they tied me up and dumped me here on the floor, I thought I'd never get out alive. Then this guy came to rescue me, but he turned out to be a cold-blooded jerk, and now I'm really mad. Snake was at a loss for words.
That's not...
Just kidding. You're looking for the president, right? He's already gone, said Jennifer, almost casually. She continued while enjoying Snake's puzzled look. He escaped through the bottom of one of the struts. He should be on a boat back to Manhattan right about now. One of my fellow agents managed to sneak him out as we were being attacked.
Are you sure?
Yes, pretty good, aren't I? Jennifer beamed with pride. Too bad we got caught before we could see him off. So that's that. Maybe it's about time for you to save me.
If the president had escaped safely, saving the hostages was the new mission. Snake nodded. Okay, I've gotta take care of that guard first.
As Snake rose, Jennifer stopped him. That's not a good idea.
Why not?
They supposedly set a bomb in here. They said they'd set it off if you tried to escape. Snake made a small grunt. This wasn't going to be that easy.
Do you know what it is? Where is it planted?
As far as I've been able to tell, it should be somewhere here in the Shell 1 core.
Alright, I'll get to that first.
Just then, he overheard one of the terrorist guards talking to his comrades on the radio. It sounded like they were going to tighten the security in the hostage room. He'd have to get out fast.
The terrorists don't seem to have any intention of harming the hostages, for now at least. Sit tight and pretend to be captured for a little while longer.
Sure, I've got a level 2 security card hidden in my jacket. Go ahead and take it. A Snake fell through the jacket for the card. Jennifer let out a squeal. Hey, watch your hands, mister. That's it, just a little lower. There it is. As Snake retrieved the level 2 card, Jennifer looked into his eyes. Hurry back, okay?
Don't worry, I will.
Snake put the blindfold back around Jennifer's eyes, then made his way out of the assembly hall. Somewhere here in Shell 1, huh? I want to find out where the M9 is. That's more important than the knowledge of this bomb. Shell 1 core, B2 computer room.
Freeze.
Oh god.
Who's there? Who's that?
I don't know if he was able to contact. Did he manage to get to the radio? I don't think so.
Time for a treat.
Dude, where is the M9? I want the good ending. Snake looks so cool. Ay! Ay, 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 ay!
What's up?
What's up?
Someone get over here.
What's up?
What's up?
What's up? Jennifer said that Fat Man has set explosives in the Shell 1 core and is preventing the hostages from moving. Fat Man is probably on the heliport. I could still go to Fat Man and not care
Hello?
about the hostages. That's kind of insane.
Hello? Time for a treat.
It's him! Someone get over here! Do I need to go inform Jennifer that, yeah, the bomb's been taken care of? I have no idea whether I'm supposed to do that. Snake called Campbell by the Kodak and reported that the president had already escaped and that he neutralized the bombs with the coolant spray. Good work, said Campbell. Now it's time to take out Fat Man. I don't think even you could get all those hostages out at once. You'll have to take care of the terrorists first. Snake nodded. He was worried about Jennifer and the others, but he had to agree with Campbell's assessment. According to Ames, Fat Man should be at the heliport. That's on the roof of Strut E. Snake, head for the heliport and take out Fat Man. Make sure he stays down for good this time. Roger that, Colonel. So I guess I don't need to go to Jennifer. Well, I'm here. I'm gonna still check. Nope. Have these guards spawned back? Just out of curiosity, they have. It's him! Someone get over here! Jesus, that was close! It's him! Someone get over here! So what, are all of these are gonna be like what? An hour? About an hour in length? Probably. It's him! Someone get over here! Shot E, parcel room 1F.
Nothing here. Who's there?
There's a book, still no M9.
Who's there? Nothing here. No. There's somebody there.
Freeze.
No!
Nothing here. You just thought you saw somebody, bro. Nothing here. I forgot about the fucking stupid camera.
Return to your positions.
This area better have the M9. It better have the M9.
Dispatching reinforcements to Strut E. Exercise extreme.
It doesn't. I'm surprised. The M9 isn't anywhere. I guess you need to beat the mode once in order to actually unlock the M9. Well, we got the suppressor.
Who is there?
Come on. I just want to find out where the M9 is. It's probably not nowhere. It's nowhere. We gotta let it go, man. We're gonna get the bad ending if that's that. Strut E, heliport. That sucks though. I really wanted the M9. I wanted the good ending. Boo-doo-doo. I wanted the good ending. Boo-doo. Strut E, heliport. A huge shadow appeared from behind the crate. Fat Man. Ames had been right. Fat Man turned to face Snake and shouted, "Where is the president?" "You'll never find him," answered Snake. "I don't believe you. You're lying. You go ahead and believe what you want." Fat Man thrust out his right hand to reveal a small object with a switch. "This is a remote triggering device for a bomb. Hand over the president or the hostages die." "It's no use, Fat Man," Snake replied coolly. Fat Man pushed the switch. Nothing happened. He pushed it several more times. Still nothing happened. "Do you believe me now?" asked Snake. Fat Man tossed the switch aside and stamped his feet in anger. "That bastard Ames, I pay him good money and he can't even manage to keep an eye on one old man. I never should have agreed to work with that amateur in the first place." He turned back to face Snake, the color rising to his cheeks. "Looks like our plan has failed. I'm getting out of here while the getting's good, but first I'll take care of you." Fat Man's skate sprang into motion. Unless the M9 is in this area. I am not believing this in this area. Again, ammo for it, but not. We can't find the weapon
10
itself.
seconds, and it's all over.
I want the good ending. Come on, man.
2, 3. It's time to get back to the
Sensing the failure of his plan, Fatman has selected me as his next target. The massive body of his, I have no choice but to take him out. What the hell did he do?
seconds, and it's all over.
It would be.
Let's take a little. Ow! Oh! Oh! You asked for it. More. Oh!
Oh! Sorry, Fatman, I wanted to tranquilize you. Fatman fell to the ground with a sickening thud. Okay. A pool of blood began to spread under his grotesque body. The so-called Emperor of Explosives had finally met his match. Snake called Campbell by Kodak and told him what had happened. Campbell reported that the president was safe in the custody of the Coast Guard. Moreover, the SEALs had entered the facility while Snake was fighting Fatman and were in the process of cleaning up the last remaining terrorists. Yet something about the whole situation seemed odd to Snake. Fatman said that Ames was the one who had captured the president. I don't think he was lying, but if Ames was involved, then why did he ask me? Why did he ask for my help? Suddenly, Snake heard a woman's voice. It was Jennifer. The SEALs had rescued her, she said. The other hostages were safe as well, but she was disappointed Snake didn't come to rescue her personally. She asked him if he was happy now that the mission was over. Yeah, but something's bothering me, Snake responded. Something just doesn't seem right. What doesn't seem right? Fatman said that Ames was in league with the terrorists, but Jennifer's eyes widened. That's impossible. Richard's the one who helped the president escape. What are you talking about? Something didn't add up. Fatman seemed to be telling the truth, but it was also true that Ames had cooperated with Snake. Now Jennifer was saying that Ames had helped the president escape. Even if Fatman was lying and Jennifer was telling the truth, why would Ames neglect to mention that he'd already rescued the president? Snake pondered this riddle in silence. Jennifer seemed to take offense at this. I don't know what you're thinking, but I can assure you that Richard is one of our finest agents. There's no way he could be working with the terrorists. And why is that? Because he lost his sister in a terrorist bombing attack 3 years ago. A chill ran down Snake's spine. The words came together in a rush. 3 years ago. Terrorist bombing. Sister. Church. Fatman. Snake suddenly recalled Ames' strange behavior. The way he spat as he said that Fatman had been acquitted. His passionate conviction that the jury did not bring justice of Fatman. The look in his eyes as he gave Snake his gun and said, "Promise me you'll kill him." The pieces were all falling into place now. Fatman had killed Ames' sister and gotten off scot-free. Ames promised revenge. He plotted his revenge. He approached the extremist group and proposed kidnapping the president. He hired Fatman to help carry out the job. He led the terrorists. He helped the president escape. Didn't bother to contact the authorities. Finally, he called and asked for Solid Snake, the notorious terrorist killer, to intervene. Personally, Big Shell was the execution ground. The president was the bait used to lure Fatman to his doom. And Snake himself was the executioner. Where is Ames? Have you seen him? Jennifer looked startled by Snake's sudden change in attitude. No, he's probably still hiding somewhere. He's actually pretty timid, you know. But I'm sure he'll come out once he hears that the terrorists have all been captured. Snake knew Ames wasn't coming out. Later, they conducted a search for Ames, but there was no trace of him anywhere in the country, let alone Big Shell. He was gone. Yeah, I think you have to tranquilize Fat Man. It's a little more... It's a little better ending because Fat Man was fucking coerced into this. Like, Ames used him. Hey, we beat the snake. No, I'm just fucking kidding. There's still 4 more to go. That was the A wrongdoing scenario. We still the next one. Next up, we have Big Shell Evil. It's always ironic. As a kid, I thought these were all continuations to each other because Big Shell Evil immediately continues from that area where you just left off in the last scenario. But no, none of them actually have anything to do with each other. Horrible stats. I think, although one thing that does happen now that there's a new game plus option for that, you can actually go through it again, and the game does give you a tranquilizer now at the beginning. So I don't know if that's gonna be the case with every one of these, but you don't get a tranquilizer until you do a new game plus of it.
Big Shell Evil.
There's the nice looking background. Although in the HD graphics it doesn't look as nice as probably intended in the original game. Snake, I have a favor to ask, said Otacon. Snake's face creased into a frown. Otacon's favors always meant trouble, usually for Snake. Forget it. I don't know what you're up for this time, but I'm through running around the country on some half-baked crusade I don't even understand. It's nothing like that. It's my sister. Your sister? Yeah. Her name's Emma. Otagon's voice suddenly became grave as he began to relate his story. He'd recently discovered the whereabouts of his long-estranged sister-in-law. Apparently, she was working as a systems programmer at an ocean cleanup facility in Manhattan Bay called Big Shell. Wait a minute, Big Shell? Isn't that what... Exactly. So you've heard the rumors too. There had recently been a string of accidental deaths among the employees of Big Shell. A number of rumors were circulating about the cause of these deaths. There was a serial killer on the loose. The employees were going stir crazy. The whole place was haunted. Big Shell had gone from being a symbol of environmental responsibility to being a lucrative source of tabloid gossip. I'm worried about Emma. Will you go and check on her for me? Snake waved his hand in dismissal. Go ask the police or something. You know they wouldn't do anything about it. And you assumed that I would? I've got a bad feeling about this thing. Just go and check for me, please. You go. Come on. No way. I'm telling you, Snake, I've got a really, really bad feeling about this. Please, I'm begging you. Leave me alone. 6 hours later, Snake found himself standing on the heliport of Big Shell. He watched as a group of armed men began to take over the facility before his eyes. Snake hid himself behind a crate. Just then, Otacon called on the codec. You think there's some kind of terrorist? He asked. I don't know, but it's pretty clear that the situation is a little more dangerous than before. Congratulations. Looks like you guessed right. That's not exactly reassuring. I hope Emma's still okay. Yeah, me too, said Snake. His eyes drifted over to a Harrier jet parked on the heliport. What about that Harrier? Does it belong to them? No, that belongs to the Marines. Apparently they made an emergency landing here 3 days ago after a problem occurred during a training exercise. Snake nodded. First things first, we'd better find out what exactly is going on here. I'm going in. Roger, be careful in there. Oh, and Snake? What? If you do happen to meet Emma, don't mention my name, okay?
Why not?
Well, we haven't seen each other in a long time, and it's all kind of a sudden. Otacon hesitated. Snake realized that there was more to the situation than Otacon was willing to let on. He decided to let it drop as he headed inside Big Shell. Big Shell has been taken over by an unidentified armed group. I'm really worried about Emma. Where the hell can she be? So we don't even know where the hell to go. That's a good start. And again, oh, we do have a weapon this time around. Oh. We just gotta start searching through Big Shell. That's our current main objective. Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ.
Who's there? What's that?
I want to investigate everything, just in case we do find the M9. Just in case.
Who's there?
Freeze.
An M9 or a tranquilizer would be really nice currently in the game, as this game this weapon doesn't have a suppressor in it, you know?
I got you.
You didn't get anything. You were gonna shut up now.
Respond.
You were gonna shut up now.
Communications with the heliport on the roof of Strut E have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
You were gonna fucking shut up now. You didn't see anything! Snake, still a murderer.
Unable to find the AWOL soldier. Nothing else to
Yeah,
report.
yeah, of course there isn't anything to report. Duh. Okay, there certainly doesn't seem to be anything up here. Is he just gonna stand? Okay, he's actually coming here.
Who is that? It's the enemy. I need help.
It's the enemy. I need help.
Communications with the heliport on the roof of Strut E.
No. Strut E, partial room, QF.
Nothing here.
Freeze.
Ay, 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 ay.
Nothing here.
Yeah, there's nothing here. Absolutely nothing. There isn't even cameras. There's only two.
What's that? Nothing here.
I need a PDP, right? Is he just gonna stand there? Okay, I hope he can't hear the gunshot. on the further away. Because there's machinery over here. Okay, yeah, thank God. Yeah, the reason why that gunshot couldn't be heard was because there's machinery over here. Even the guy who I shot didn't hear it. Okay, I really need to go to the bathroom soon.
Nothing here.
I didn't drink my coffee all the way.
Nothing here.
Let me guess, M9 ammo. It says M9, I think it's ammo. The game is a fucking prankster.
Nothing here.
Nothing here.
Nothing here.
Yeah, I don't know why the box seems to be like their
No.
weakness in this area. As I said, like back in like I think when we started the Metal Gear franchise, I think I said it like in Metal Gear MSX2 already. That, yeah,
Freeze.
that the box is like the ultimate weapon of the franchise. Okay, yeah, this seems like a good point for a save. Well, I'm saving as well, but we're on DE connecting bridge. Well, I need a bathroom right now. I might as well. I think I'm gonna go for a longer break anyway because what might as well, right? BRB though, BRB. Bum bum. God help me, I'm back. Why am I back? Why am I back? Why am I... Yo, did anybody miss me? Oh my god. Freezer cold water. What more could you want? Snake emerged under the DE connecting bridge. Sensing a presence nearby, he quickly hid himself in the shadows. Soon he heard the sound of footsteps accompanied by voices. "What about that girl who got away?" said a man's voice. "We lost her in Strut C," said another man. "Girl? Were they talking about Emma?" Snake cocked his head to listen more closely. "Lost her? Oh, that's not good," said the first man. "Why?" "Well, I don't know all the details, but I heard that we need that brat to get it back. So until we get our hands on her, we're screwed." Snake stole a peek at the two men. They were decked out in full military gear, but they didn't seem to carry themselves like soldiers. The first man continued. "What about, you know, the ghost of Big Shell? Nobody's seen him yet. He must know we're here to pick it up. He'll be coming for us as soon as we find it. If he does, I'll kick his ass." "I'd do more than that. I'd kill the bastard. He's already iced 3 of our guys." The voices trailed off into the distance. Snake called Otacon on the codec. That girl they were talking about, that's Emma, I'm sure of it. They mentioned that some of their comrades were killed by the ghost of Big Shell. What do you think they were talking about? I have no idea. Don't worry about it. Just head for Strat C quickly. Otacon was right. Right now, saving Emma was the top priority. Snake decided to head for Strat C. Oh, these are the guys.
Freeze. Move!
Who's that?
Fuck! I'd rather just fucking... I'd rather just try and deal with it peacefully, not alarmed.
Freeze. Move!
Heh Tee. Strut D, sediment pool. So yeah, now at least we have a goal. We have Strut C where to go.
Nothing here.
Absolutely nothing here. I agree with that statement. CD connecting bridge. Is that a suppressor? Why are you late with your status report? Is that an M9? Although I don't think the M9 is gonna affect the ending of this. The game's just... Oh. That's new. I don't think I've ever seen MGS2 crash. And here we have Strat C. Big Shell has been taken over by an unidentified armed group. I'm really worried about Emma. She supposedly hid herself somewhere in Strat C. Is there any enemies here? There doesn't seem to be. There is a ration though.
Freeze.
Had to be done. I mean, obviously she has to be in the women's bathroom, right? Nope. Nope, nobody, nope. Have I got a thing for you? Emma! Snake slowly approached the girl who shrank into the corner of the food storage locker. You're Emma, right? Why? How do you know my name? Calm down, said Snake, trying to reassure her. I'm on your side. I came to rescue you. You're on my side? That's right. You came to save me? Yes. Really? Really. Emma regarded Snake with a suspicious look. Do I really look like I can't be trusted? Do I really look like I can't be trusted? Said Snake. What's the matter? What's the matter? Don't you have a mirror in your house? Snake started to protest, but Emma cut him off. Whatever, so why exactly did you come to rescue me? Snake recalled what Argon had said to him. Whatever happens, don't mention his name. I can't tell you that. Why not? Because I just can't. Emma looked Snake up and down from head to toe. She didn't exactly look convinced, but she seemed to let her guard down. You know, for a hero, you don't sound very convincing, but I guess you don't seem like such a bad guy either. What's your name? Solid Snake. Suddenly Emma stood up and grabbed Snake by the ear. Hello, habla inglés? I asked what your name was, not what your nickname was. God, what a freak. Emma released Snake's ear and looked him square in the eye. What's your real name? I got rid of it. Huh? People in my line of work don't need names. A slight frown crossed Emma's face. You might not be a bad guy, but you sure are weird. But whatever. So, Solid? Call me Snake. Snake sighed. Talking to this kid was making him tired. Man, you're really uptight about names, aren't you? Okay then, Snake. Snake interrupted her. Let me ask you a few questions, alright? Sure, fine. Why are those terrorists looking for you? Maybe it's because they find me irresistibly attractive. Snake couldn't think of anything to say to this. Emma seemed a little disappointed. Or maybe it's because I changed the password for the computer system and locked them out. What do you mean? Emma explained. She'd seen the terrorists trying to use Big Shell's computer system to do something. Then, after creating a diversion and making her escape, she'd made a change to the system so that they couldn't use it anymore. It bought me some time, and I thought it might irritate them as an added bonus too. She was probably more concerned with the latter. Snake thought to himself, so what are the terrorists trying to do with the system? How should I know? Does it have something to do with the ghost of Big Shell? What are you talking about? Emma feigned a look of surprise. They said that some of their comrades got killed by the ghost of Big Shell. So who is this ghost they're talking about anyway? Emma glared at Snake in disgust. Why are you looking at me like that? The ghost of Big Shell? That's so lame, she waved her hands above her head. Sure, it's true that 3 of them have died in the last month. It was actually really sad. 2 of them just up and disappeared one after another. Then this other guy who just got here, he disappeared too. But they were all accidents, okay? They're just connecting with some stupid childish legend. Legend? So this ghost story has been around for a while? Yeah. They say that there was this one employee a long time ago whose son died and he tried to kill himself. But he didn't really die, so he just got really mangled and stuff, and now he haunts the place. You know, that sort of thing. Something in Emma's eyes seemed to flicker for a moment, but she quickly recovered. Her voice became cheerful again. Hey, these kinds of places always have 1 or 2 ghost stories associated with them, right? Some people say they've seen shadows lurking around in supposedly empty rooms, but personally I think someone's probably just slacking off on the job. But there's no such thing as ghosts. Emma was clearly getting flustered. Okay, settle down. I don't believe in ghost stories either. I know, stupid aren't they? Emma looked relieved. Right, but I don't want to rule out any possibilities. Do you think anyone could have gotten in here without authorization? Emma thought for a minute. Big Shell is almost completely automated, so most of it's inaccessible to people. But yeah, I guess it might be possible. Still, suddenly the door to the dining hall burst open. Enemy guards started pouring into the room, shouting angrily. It looked like their conversation had dragged on a little bit too long. Snake grunted in frustration. It was tough to concentrate with Emma around. Emma, get down! Snake yelled as he threw his USP. Ba, 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 ba. Rob! You guys suck! The guards all lay silent on the floor. Snake put away his gun and moved towards Emma, who was cowering in the corner again. He put his hand on her shoulder. Emma, are you alright? Yeah, Emma hung her head, trying to avoid Snake's gaze. Emma? I know I've only known you for 10 minutes, but I've already learned something about you. What's that? You're just like them. You're good at killing people. She was trying to put a strong face on, but her voice was wavering. In my world, said Snake, there's only one law, kill or be killed. That's what's kept me alive so far. And that's the only thing that's keeping you alive right now. If you want to survive, you'd better learn to be strong. Emma raised her head. I just learned something else about you. You're also good at justifying yourself, aren't you? Emma drew closer to Snake. His face was covered with the blood of others. It was a face exhausted by battle. Snake was wounded in numerous places. Emma tried to avert her eyes. It suffered all that just to protect her. I'm sorry. Emma handed Snake a ration. Here. It's nothing. Forget about it, said Snake. Now let's get back to the task at hand. Where are the other hostages? They're all on the first floor of the Shell 2 core. I don't think anybody's been hurt yet, but still. Don't worry. I'll do everything I can to help them. You'd better stay here. Wait, you can't get the Shell 2 core. What? I locked the door in strut D that links the Shell 1 and Shell 2 cores. It won't open, even with a card. So how do I open it then? You've got to access the node in strut B and enter the password. She dictated a 16-character string of letters and numbers to him. Snake nodded. Got it. Emma looked surprised. Shouldn't you write it down or something? In my line of work, we don't take notes. Snake demonstrated by reciting the password from memory. So you're good at memorizing things too, huh? I'm heading for strut B. You stay put. But, no buts. Just leave everything to me. I'm good at running errands too. Emma smiled. Okay, here, take this with you. It's an extra security card. You'll need it to get into strut B. I've got my own card with me, so it's okay. Snake took the card from Emma. I'll be back before you know it, no matter what happens. Don't open the door, and try not to make a sound. Emma nodded and closed the door to the locker. Yeah, just like in the main game where you can distract Steelman, you can do the same thing with Emma. BC connecting bridge. Bottom. Strut B, transformer room. No enemies anywhere. Emma told me that I must open the door to Shell 1 to 2 connecting bridge to go to Shell 2 where the hostages are kept. I must access the node in Strut B to do so. By the way, fun fact, I think the bodies in the main game disappeared from this room as well. Snake accessed the node. He entered the password that Emma had given him. After a moment, the monitor displayed a message saying that the lock on the door to Shell 1-2 connecting bridge had been released. Snake turned to head back to Strut C. He heard a voice emanating from an unseen speaker. It sounded like some kind of building-wide announcement. This is a message for the ghost of Big Shell. You are hereby ordered to remove the lock on the system using the control key you got from the girl at once. You have 15 minutes to comply. If you fail to do so, we will kill the girl, I repeat. The voice repeated its warning. A chill ran up his spine. The girl they were talking about had to be Emma. Had they really gotten their hands on her? And what was this control key they were talking about? Snake called Otacon via the codec. They got Emma? Otacon exploded. What did you... Just calm down for a minute. I'm trying to think of a way to save her. The calm returned for Otacon's voice. Alright. This control key that they're talking about, could it be this card that Emma gave me? No, that's just a security card. It's only good for opening doors. The control key is just what it sounds like. An actual key that only Big Shell's system administrator would have access to. It acts as a verification device. Basically, you can't make any changes to Big Shell's computer system without it. The terrorists needed to release the lock on the system. What if they used a password like I just did? That wouldn't work. Passwords are only good to up to security level 3. Beyond that, you'd need the control key to gain access. Sounds like you've been doing your homework. Snake, are you sure Emma didn't give you anything else? Yeah, what makes them think I have it anyway? Maybe Emma lied to them. Or maybe she gave it to the real ghost of Big Shell. That's not possible, said Otacon quickly. And how can you be so sure? Hey, you said yourself that there's no such thing, didn't you? You have to hurry and save Emma. You're right, but we don't even know where they've taken her. Over the codec, Snake heard the sound of Otacon smacking one hand against the other. That's it! Why didn't I think of it before? What? Emma said she had her own card with her, right? Security cards in Big Shell work on an RFID system. That's radio frequency identification. Each RFID card is embedded with an IC chip that sends data via a radio signal. Card readers can use these signals to detect any IDs within range. All data in Big Shell is managed by an integrated management system, and that system is accessible with a level 3 password. Otacon was speaking rapidly now. Meaning, said Snake. Meaning that you can use the node to find out which strut Emma is in. Snake, try accessing the node again using that password. Snake did as Otacon said. After a moment, the screen displayed a blinking light in strut F. That's her! She's in strut F, Snake! You've got to hurry! Emma has been captured. With Otacon's help, I found out that Emma is somewhere in strut F. I'll do anything it takes to rescue Emma. I guess the shortest way of going is just from strut A to strut F. Okay, guard spawned in.
Freeze.
I don't even know if these guards drop anything on snake tails. Yeah, they don't seem to.
Who is that?
Oh, this would be a lot shorter way, dude. Dude. Oh my god. You have to go all the way from here. That's stupid. The other way would be faster. They obviously weren't thinking with that. The other way would be faster, dude.
Freeze.
Brr, doo-doo. Nothing here. Yeah, absolutely nothing here. Zero. Nothing. Send backup. Send backup. Strut E, partial room 1F.
Freeze. More.
Straight to the ass. Snake passed through the door to strut F. Emma was being held captive somewhere in this part of the facility. He'd have to be extra cautious from here on out. If the enemy spotted him, they'd kill Emma without hesitation. Snake would have to find her without being detected.
Nothing here.
Nothing here. Jesus.
Nothing here.
really don't want to get seen currently. Kind of scared about that!
What's that?
Ah! Like I thought the guard was faster than that. Yeah, I didn't want to get seen because, dude, I was rolling with the amount of ammo that I had just picked up. These don't open. Okay, yeah.
Nothing here.
Oh,
Who's there?
dude, fucking damn it. Oh my god.
Freeze.
Don't. Nothing here.
Nothing here.
This locker didn't open, correct? Yes. Yes. Yes, yes. Nothing here. Oh, Emma! I wanted to investigate downstairs first. This sucks. Snake had found Emma. Emma! Emma looked up without rising from her crouched position. You're late! She had a sullen look on her face, but she didn't appear to be hurt. Sorry, it took me a while to find the control key. Emma stuck out her tongue at Snake's sarcasm. Oh, that! You have to admit, it did buy us some time, didn't it? She showed no sign of remorse. Just as Otacon had guessed, Emma had indeed lied to the terrorists. What in the world made you do a thing like that? If you'd made one false move. Hey, I didn't want them to get away with it, that's all. And I believed in you. Believed what? That you'd come and rescue me, of course. Snake shook his head. That's not the point. The point is you shouldn't be putting yourself in so much danger. I know, but listen, you're never gonna believe this. I found out what the terrorists are looking for. What is it? Drugs. Emma related a story she'd heard from one of the guards while she was being held captive. The armed group that had taken over Big Shell belonged to a Russian crime syndicate. With the collaboration of a number of employees in the facility, the syndicate was using Big Shell as a waypoint in their drug smuggle operations. At night, they'd sneak the drugs from smuggling ships out at sea in the Big Shell using small boats. Then they'd slip the drugs in with the outgoing cargo from Big Shell and get them into the country that way. Security in the harbor had been getting tighter in recent years, and this was a convenient and effective way of getting the goods through without being exposed. 1 month earlier, they'd brought in a 600 kilogram shipment of drugs with a street value of over $7 million. The following day, 2 of the employees who were working with the syndicate were killed in 2 consecutive accidents. The syndicate immediately sent one of their men to investigate, but he too was killed in an accident shortly after arriving. The leaders of the syndicate decided that these incidents were the work of a rival syndicate that had been competing with them in the drug trade and that were now trying to seize their shipment. They'd sent in their troops to recover the drugs, leading to the current situation. So the ghost of Big Shell is... A mischievous grin spread across Emma's face. Exactly, it's not a ghost at all. It's just a plain old hitman who's been sent by the rival syndicate to steal the drugs. And you told them that I'm the hitman? Well, yeah, but what's done is done, right? No use arguing about it. Snake decided to pursue the matter of any further. He changed the subject. So where could they be hiding such huge amounts of drugs in Big Shell? I have no clue. I didn't have any idea what was going on. I'm still having trouble believing it even now. Snake, too, was puzzled. How could it be possible for a few employees to keep hundreds of kilograms of drugs hidden in Big Shell without the others finding out? He couldn't afford to waste any more time thinking about it, though. The hostages' lives were still in danger. The hostages are still in the Shell 2 core, aren't they? Yeah, Emma tried to get up and stumbled. She slowly staggered to her feet. Are you alright? Snake asked. Yeah, I'm fine. Actually, the terrorists injected me with something. They said it was to keep me from running away again. I think it was some kind of tranquilizer. Now my feet feel like they weigh about a ton each. Emma started to lose her balance again. Snake caught her as she fell. Even her incapacitated state, she'd managed to extract information from the enemy and never lost sight of her purpose for being there. This girl was full of surprises. In retrospect, at least, she resembled her stepbrother. That's enough. You'd better go hide somewhere. No way. I'm coming with you. But please take me with you. Emma's eyes leveled with Snake's. You've saved my life twice now. I want to return the favor if I can. I know I'll come in handy somehow. Please. Snake gave in at last. To get to the Cell 1 core, he'd have to cross the Cell 1-2 connecting bridge. Connecting bridge from Strat D. The two set out for Strat D. But we were supposed to head to Shell 2 core, not Shell 1. Is that an error? Is that a typo? Emma seems fine, but there still are a lot of hostages tied up in Shell 2. Emma and I decided to go from Strat D to Shell 2 to save the hostages. Yeah, Shell 2, yeah. Bruv.
Freeze.
Nothing here.
Nothing here. Come on, I know you're gonna come. You're gonna come over here. I know. Oh, there he is. Bum, 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 bum.
Nothing here.
Also, this area is one of the hardest areas on the hardest difficulty. Nothing here.
Freeze.
Suppressor? It always gives you the suppressor like way too late. We don't really need this anymore. Respond!
Communications with Strut F have ceased.
No, they haven't. Why are you late with your status report? No, I'm not for ammo anymore. Okay. I'm really thorough. It's been a while since I've actually... Like, I usually for years, like since teenage years, have had a strategy how I beat the Snake Tales missions, but I've never actually gone through, like, and trying to find, like, every item and every weapon and shit like that. Like, I didn't even know M4 is in this. Had no idea about that. Whoa. Come on, Emma. Emma. Snake and Emma arrived at Strut E. Emma's eyes were drawn to a nearby conveyor belt. "I've got it!" she exclaimed. "Got what?" "I know where they hit the drugs." Emma went over to the node and immediately began punching in commands. "How do you—" "Just wait and see." A second later, the conveyor belt spat out a crate. Emma opened it. It was packed tightly with plastic bags full of white powder. The Syndicate guys knew that no matter how good the hiding spot, someone was sure to find the drugs if they hid them in just one place, said Emma as they watched more and more crates arrive via the conveyor belt. So they hid the drugs in these crates and set them up so they'd just go around and around Big Shell without actually coming out anywhere. Snake couldn't help but admire the girl's brilliance. He watched as Emma took out her PDA and connected it to the node. "Now what are you doing?" he said. I think I might have found something interesting here. This must be..." Just then, a figure emerged from behind the conveyor belt. It was one of the terrorists. As soon as he spotted Snake and Emma standing there, he ran away. Snake moved to pursue the escaping terrorist, but Emma grabbed his hand. "Wait! Let's go! He's going to go call his friends." "I know that! Just wait one more minute!" Emma began to punch the commands into the node with incredible speed. "What the hell are you up to now?" "If we run now, they'll just come after us, so..." Within seconds, Snake could hear the sounds of a crowd beginning to gather outside the door. Footsteps, voices barking orders, rifles being cocked. They'd come crashing into the room any minute now. Emma, however, remained glued to the screen of the node. "Emma!" yelled Snake. She finally detached herself from the node. "There, that should do it. Okay then, let's get going." The door burst open. Come on, stun grenade. Dude. This is not the time to sleep. Wake up! Oh my god! Dude! Whew! Shell 1-2 connecting bridge. Somehow the two managed to escape from Strut E onto the DE connecting bridge. Snake turned back towards Strut E, keeping an eye on their rear. The terrorists would be coming after them any moment now. He slapped a new cartridge into the chamber of his gun and shouted at Emma, urging her to move quickly towards Strut D. She responded with a nonchalant look. "There's no need to be in such a hurry, you know," she said. They waited a while, but the door to Strut E remained shut. From the other side, they could hear a tumult as the soldiers bashed in vain against the tightly sealed door. Snake turned to Emma. "What did you do?" "I programmed the node to seal off all the doors to Strut E once we were out safely. Those guys aren't going anywhere." Emma looked extremely proud of herself. It seems she'd picked up a thing or two from her experience with Snake in Strut C. They entered Strut D. Snake looked around for signs of the enemy, but there was no one in sight. The terrorists must have sent the bulk of their forces to Strut E. If that were true, then the rest of the struts would be nearly deserted. Rescuing the hostages would be a breeze. Snake and Emma passed through Strut D and emerged onto the Shell 1-2 connecting bridge. Here too, the enemy was nowhere to be seen. Emma smiled her characteristic smile. "See? No problems at all. Didn't I say I'd come in handy?" "I have to admit, you were pretty good back there," Snake said with a nod. He recalled the way Emma had connected to the node using her PDA. "By the way, weren't you downloading something back there?" "Yeah, was it that obvious?" Emma took out her PDA. "When I was activating the conveyor belt, I found a suspicious-looking hidden file next to the conveyor belt control file. I decided to download it, and this is what I found." The screen of her PDA displayed the file. It appeared to be some kind of note from one of the 2 employees who'd been killed in the accidents. The same ones who were helping the syndicate smuggle drugs in the big shell. In it, it explained that he was only cooperating with the Russians because his wife and child were being held hostage. But last year he found out that they'd already been killed while trying to escape. He fell into a deep despair, and at one point he even thought of killing himself. But then he had a vision. It was still too early for him to die. No, he had to get his revenge on the syndicate first. Indeed, he'd make them pay in blood for what they did to his wife and child. Over the course of the next year, he devised an ingenious plan. He'd make it look like he was killed by a rival syndicate that was trying to steal the drugs. This would start a war between the 2 syndicates that would end up destroying both. First, he faked his own disappearance. Shortly afterward, he used a crane to crush the man that syndicate had sent to watch him. When the Mafia sent a man to investigate both incidents, he threw him into the ocean. Just as he'd expected, a war erupted between the 2 rival syndicates. With everything in place, he could finally rest in peace. He said he was going to join his wife and child. Finally, he implored the person reading the memo to say a prayer for his departed wife and child. The file ended there. It was dated 3 days ago. Snake looked up from the PDA. I guess this means the ghost of Big Shell is dead? Emma was unable to hide her shock. I guess so. Actually, I downloaded one more file. Snake's ears picked up a faint sound of something flying through the air. Instantly, he grabbed Emma and held her tight. There was an explosion. The force of the blast knocked Snake and Emma off their feet. What was that? Emma groaned in Snake's arms. A thunderous gale of wind beat against her cheeks, hovering over the bridge. Beyond the wavering heat from the blast was the Harrier. Oh yeah, I guess there was something that could get out of Strut E, Emma muttered, a look of blank amazement on her face. The Harrier strafed the bridge with waves of machine gun fire. Snake and Emma fled back to the entrance to Strut D. Now what do we do? I guess we'll just have to kill it. How? I'll think of something. Are you serious? Emma began to protest, but before she could finish, Snake thrust her through the door of Strut D. What are you doing? She demanded. Stay there. No matter what happens, don't come out there here. But just listen to me for once, okay? Snake smiled at her. I already promised someone I'd bring you back with me. What? The door slammed shut. Snake heard the sound of a helicopter approaching. It was Otacon in his Kasatka. Snake, use this! Otacon tossed down a box from the cockpit. Stinger missiles. With these, it became somewhat of an even fight. Snake turned and prepared to face the Harrier in battle. Oh, radar is in use on this one. Why did they decide, hey, let's have the radar on this one specifically? Emma successfully locked most of the enemies inside Strut E. The 2 of us headed for Shell 2 to rescue the hostages. Then appeared a Harrier right in front of us. We have no choice but to bring the Harrier down. You're tougher than
You're tougher than I thought.
Or tougher than I... whatever.
I'll let you learn in style. What the? Try dodging this.
Try dodging this. Oh, one of them actually hit me somehow.
What the?
Patapam, patapam, patapatapapam. I like how the Harrier still has the solidest lines, even though it makes no sense in this context. The Harrier lost control and crashed into the bottom of Shell 1. The Snake watched it plummet to the earth. The door to strut D opened. Emma peeked out cautiously. She looked as if she'd been crying. It's over. What took you so long? Sorry. Are you okay? You're not hurt or anything? I'm fine, really. Snake and Emma freed the Big Shell employees who had been taken hostage and used Big Shell's radio to contact the police. Cops would no doubt be arriving soon. Terrorists were still trapped in Strut E. Snake and Emma decided to go to the heliport on Strut I to wait for reinforcements to arrive. By the way, Emma, weren't you saying something about a second file earlier? Oh right, I managed to dig up the personal folders of the guys who were working with the syndicate. The first guy who died, the guy who wrote the memo, had a password encrypted file in his folder. I downloaded it and Emma pulled something up on her PDA and file appeared on the PDA's LCD screen. It was a report addressed to the syndicate concerning their drug smuggling activities. Judging by its appearance, it was still just a draft copy and probably hadn't been sent yet. Nevertheless, it contained a wealth of information related to the syndicate's drug operations, dates, amounts, and other key details. The report also made mention of the man's suspicions that Emma had caught on to the fact that they were using Big Shell to smuggle drugs. Huh? But I had no idea, Emma exclaimed. That's not what he thought. I suppose I do radiate an aura of intelligence, don't I? Guess he wasn't a very good judge of character. Emma's mouth opened in indignation, but before she could come up with a retort, Snake displayed the next part of the file. It described the man's intention to dispose of Emma before she exposed them to the police. No way, said Emma without realizing it. Has anyone tried to hurt you before this? No, not that I know of. Let me see that for a minute. Emma began to examine the PDA. This file is dated the day before he disappeared, implying that someone killed him before he could get a chance to kill you. I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe. In that case, why did he leave that file behind? Emma looked pensive for a moment. Maybe it's all a big setup. Why would he put the memo in such a conspicuous place anyway? It's almost like if someone wanted us to find it. Both Snake and Emma were lost in thought. The report certainly looked authentic enough, judging by its meticulous attention to detail. But if the report were real, then who was killing off the employees who were working for the syndicate? Who had forged the memo and hidden it in the system? Finally, Emma murmured softly to herself, I heard something once about the ghost of Big Shell. They say his son died of a drug overdose. Emma outlined her speculation to Snake. One of the employees, shaken by the death of his son, had planned to commit suicide, but he failed and instead began wandering around Big Shell as a spectator of his former self. It is believed that he wanders around Big Shell even now, maintaining a deep hatred of drugs and the people who sell them. One day he discovered that Big Shell was being used to smuggle drugs. But no one would ever believe a story like that, right? Emma tried to smile, but all she could manage was a small twitch at the corner of her mouth. Snake heard the sound of a helicopter approaching. Emma gazed up at the sky. Is that the police? The Kasatka came into view. Upon seeing its dark shadow, Emma tilted her head to one side, puzzled. That's not the police. Who is that? Snake looked up at the Kasatka. That's my ride. Otaccon's face peered out of the cockpit. Snake could detect fear and apprehension in his eyes, but there was something else as well. A kind of grim determination. And I think he's got room for you too. Me? You'll understand soon enough. The Kasatka began to descend. The wind from its rotors beat fiercely upon their faces. Emma brushed her hair back from her cheeks as the helicopter drew closer. Emma recognized the figure in the pilot's seat. She gasped. Her eyes remained frozen. She stood perfectly still, as if rooted in place. Tears began to roll down her cheeks. The Kasatka touched down at last. Without even waiting for the rotors to stop spinning, Emma rushed to meet her long-lost brother. Well, the storyline on that one wasn't as mysterious in the first one. I guess the creepy aspect, the mystery aspect is that I guess there actually was a ghost of Big Shell after all. There was a ghost of Big Shell. The ending themes for all of these are freaking amazing. The next one is probably my least favorite out of the Snake Tales storylines. Oh, that took 1 hour? I guess it's because I took a break there. But yeah, this has always been my least favorite because wasn't the point of these Snake Tales, hey, you guys wanted to play more as Snake, well, here are some extra storylines where you play as Snake in Big Shell. Now this scenario takes place in the tanker again. What the fuck? I thought the point was that we wanted to play a Snake in the fucking Big Shell.
Confidential legacy.
God, those backgrounds are always so cool. The wind howled as the rain beat down in torrential sheets upon the churning, undulating surface of the river. A single lonely rubber boat, painted jet black, was being tossed back and forth upon the waves like the plaything of some capricious river god. Snake lifted his face to peer over the edge of the boat. Over the din of the storm, he could hear the sound of helicopters. At length, he saw 3 black choppers approach the tanker in front of him.
Am I late?
Muttered Snake to himself. 3 days earlier, Campbell had visited Snake at his home in Alaska. Unlike Snake, who had gone back into retirement after the Shadow Moses incident, Campbell had gotten himself a position at the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA. Snake had known right away that Campbell wasn't there to rekindle old ties with his former comrade. After making some brief small talk, Campbell had jumped straight to the point. Do you remember a man by the name of Sergei Gurukovich? Snake nodded. A former GRU colonel. Gurukovich was known as a ruthless, cold-blooded strategist. During the Cold War, when Campbell was the commander of Foxhound, Gurukovich had humiliated him on numerous occasions. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, he had organized a group of former Red Army soldiers into his own personal mercenary army. Since then, Gurukovich and his troops had drifted from one war zone to the next, selling their services to the highest bidder. We received a report that Gurukovich and his men attacked a group of Marines who were on a secret mission in the South American Republic of Eldora. The Marines are being tight-lipped about it, as usual. They'd rather keep a lid on the whole affair. From what we've been able to tell, it sounds like Metal Gear is involved.
Metal Gear,
Snake growled. He'd heard the rumors too. Following the Shadow Moses incident, the technical specs for Metal Gear had been leaked onto the black market. As a result, bastardized versions of Metal Gear were starting to crop up all over the world. Eldora was a small country in South America that happened to be engaged in a civil war. Since the 1980s, the country had been under the control of a pro-American dictatorial regime. But as the Cold War drew to a close and American influence in the region declined, the country's minority ethnic population had taken up arms against the government, calling for the establishment of a separate homeland. The country had been torn apart by civil war ever since. Mercenaries and armed merchants were constantly coming and going in and out of Eldora. Given those circumstances, Campbell had figured it wouldn't be too surprising if one side or the other had managed to get their hands on a new type of Metal Gear. It seemed that some people still clung to the belief that the threat of nuclear war could bring stability to the region.
And the Marines were there to try and destroy it?
He asked Snake. No, it looks like if they were trying to seize it for themselves. There's still a lot we don't know about the true nature of the new Metal Gear. This would have been a good chance to pick up a lot of valuable information. In other words, Eldora had managed to get itself a new type of Metal Gear. The Marines were plotting to seize it, and Gurukovich was planning to steal it from the Marines. And now Campbell was proposing to go after Gurukovich. Snake shook his head.
Sorry, but you'll have to find someone else to do your dirty work this time. I'm out of the hero business.
Snake,
times are changing, Colonel. I think it's time you gave it a rest.
You mean retire from the military?
No, I mean stop this damn vendetta of yours against Gurukovich.
The look of fury on Campbell's face confirmed Snake's suspicions. Campbell still hated Gurukovich with a passion. It was an old grudge left over from the Cold War. The passage of time had done nothing to diminish it. Rather, it had grown in intensity.
Is that why you joined the DIA? To settle old scores?
Yes, you're right, but I didn't come all the way here to ask for your help just for the sake of a personal grudge. Campbell's hands clenched into fists. The truth is, Merrill was part of that mission. Oh, and this is a sequel to MGS1, this scenario. The rubber boat threw up alongside the tanker. Snake gripped the rope tightly. Merrill Silverbird. Campbell's niece, the woman who had risked her life alongside Snake on Shadow Moses. At one time they'd been living together. Then, 6 months earlier, Merrill had left him. She said there was something important she had to take care of. Her voice was resolute. Her eyes were clear and cold as steel. There was nothing Snake could do to stop her. Snake climbed the rope up the outer hull of the tanker and emerged onto the aft deck. Nearby, he could see a number of soldiers standing guard. They appeared to be Russian mercenaries. He called Campbell in the codec.
This is Snake. I managed to infiltrate the tanker.
It looks like our Russian friends have already taken control of the ship. I'll try to get in touch with Merrill somehow. Again, we don't even know where to go! I successfully infiltrated a disguised tanker, but it seems like the ship has already been occupied by Drulukovic's army. I must first confirm Merrill's safety. She must be somewhere on this ship. No M9 again.
Freeze.
Jesus, I thought that guy was coming over here.
Freeze.
Whoa! And for some reason in this scenario, Snake is wearing his MGS1 uniform. I don't know why, but he is wearing it. Staff grenades aren't even that useful in the tanker!
Freeze.
Woo! Wet box. Useful. Again, I've already beaten all of these Snake Tales before, and countless times, might I add. But like, I really love going through like these areas and actually collecting weapons and items that I normally have never collected. And I don't remember, like, I always just played this, you know, on a New Game Plus file, kind of. Where you already have the M9, so I'm loving the fact that I actually now have to look for the M9. I don't know where that is. Deck A, cruise quarters, port. Oh my god, that door is actually opening on this one. What's this guy gonna do? Okay, he's gonna come back. Okay. Oh my god, Snake. Ah! Snake, please. Oh my god!
It's the enemy. I need. Oh!
What's going on?
Nothing is going on. I'm a fucking pussy. Ah! Oh, and I always especially found this scenario a little bit harder than the others. There's nothing here. Stop! Stop, stop, stop!
Freeze.
Yeah, nothing. Asshole. This is like the most badass angle you can get of Snake. Stop the fucking sneezing! Deck A, cruise lounge, starboard. Oh my god, I had forgotten about those guys. I thought they were only there on VR missions. Stop the sneezing! Dude, do I have medicine?
Freeze. More.
Freeze. More! Oh my god, an AK. Hell yeah. 3 books. Some porn for our guards, although I never fucking used that weapon. Oh, no M4. Surely the M9 is hidden somewhere in this scenario as well. Deck B, cruise quarter, starboard.
Freeze.
Well, there's the M4.
Freeze. More.
I have a feeling there's a guard over there. There is.
Freeze.
I'm a murderer!
Oh, another medicine. That's cool. Too close, man. Too close. Deck C, cruise quarters, port. Why is there 3 cameras? Like, isn't like 1 enough? Why do you need 3 cameras? Thermal goggles. How useful are those gonna be? Deck D, cruise quarters.
Freeze.
Ay. It's weird, even these boxes here have a text saying where they can go. So yeah, currently we are looking for Meryl, who is apparently part of the terrorist
Freeze.
event. They really didn't say like the specifics why and what is happening. Wait, was there something in here? No. Bum, ba-dum. There's Meryl. We found her. Ba-da. Meryl lowered her gun. What are you doing here?
I just wanted to see you,
Answered Snake. You think you're funny?
Actually, I was only half joking.
My uncle sent you. My uncle sent you, didn't he? Snake nodded. He explained that Campbell had gotten word of Grudukovic's attack. You've got a lot of nerve coming here, Meryl snapped.
Luke was talking,
Snake shot back. What? Sneaking into another country under the guise of a military operation when all you're really after is the
Metal Gear.
Who's got a lot of nerve coming here? His voice took a condemnatory tone. Is this that something important that you had to take care of? You wouldn't understand, Meryl turned away. Someone like you, who could happily spend the rest of his life taking care of sled dogs day after day, could never understand.
I was only trying to live my life free of hatred.
No, you just didn't want to face up to reality, that's all. Society, your past, even me.
Is that why you left?
No, that's not it. But the look in Meryl's eyes told Snake that it might well have been. A deep silence fell between them. 6 months of separation had created a cold, empty gap that was difficult to fill. At last, Meryl broke the silence. My father, he died here, in this country, she murmured. Matt Campbell, Meryl's father and Campbell's younger brother, had been a DIA agent. Snake had heard that he disappeared during a mission when Meryl was very young. I wanted to see for myself what my father saw. Meryl's eyes drifted over to the window, but the only sight was that of the storm raging outside. She suddenly turned back to Snake and held him firmly in her gaze. Snake, please, just get out of here. This is my battlefield. I don't need anyone from the outside to get involved in this.
It's a little too late for that. I'm already involved.
Nothing can change your mind?
Nothing,
Snake said firmly. Meryl sighed in exasperation. Snake pretended not to notice.
Now tell me what our situation is. This mission was supposed to be top secret, right? So how did Grudukovic find out about it?
That's what I'd like to know too.
You think there's a leak?
I doubt it, but seeing as how you know all about it, then I suppose anyone might know about it. Snake thought for a minute. Meryl was right. Anyone might know. But whatever the case might be, they had to stop Grudukovic from getting his hands on the Metal Gear.
Where's the Metal Gear?
In the cargo hold.
Alright, I'll go check it out. You...
Meryl cut him off. I'm not about to take orders from you. We'll split up and go our own separate ways. If you're planning on heading for the cargo hold, then you'll need me to do something about the boxes that are blocking the first stairway. Before Snake could stop her, Meryl had left the bridge. Dude, you'd think Snake, as a man, could, you know, as more muscle, could move the boxes himself, but okay. Okay, Snake. Okay, Snake. Stupid snaky snake. Meryl has left to pursue action on her own. I cannot let the Grudukovic take Metal Gear. According to Meryl, Metal Gear is in the hold. What? No guard?
Freeze.
Hehe. Oh, what the hell am I supposed to do with this situation? Woo! Oh!
Hell, baby.
Ah! Nothing happened. Holy hell.
Raven!
Raven. Now this is actually a pretty interesting area. You're gonna actually use your gun quite a lot in here. Because there's so many engines and machines here that it'll just block the noise. He's dead. I didn't kill him, the fall did. Gee, beavers on fucking... God. Immediately a ban. Immediately. So fast. Fast-paced action. No! You didn't notice anything. A PSG-1. Surely the M9 is hidden somewhere. Hey! He's gonna die from that, right? Yeah, that's death. Yeah. Rules of nature. Na, 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 na. Get M9 first. Is that a joke? That's a joke. Hee hee. Suppressor or M9? M9! In this scenario, there actually is a bad ending and good ending. In the B scenario, in Big Shell Evil, I don't think there's actually a bad or a good ending. There's just one ending. But on A and C, of wrongdoing and confidential legacy, you can actually get two endings to the whole shebang. See, there's a boss fight at the end here of this scenario, and if we use the lethal gun, we're gonna get the bad ending. If we use the tranquilizer, we get the good ending. Go, snakey, snakey, snake boy, snake, go, snake boy, snake boy. Go snake, snaky boy. Go snake, snaky boy. Snaky D, snaky boy. Snaky boy. PSG-1T. Oh my god, how? Jesus. There we go. Deck 2. Port. The M9 in this area is better than the other one. Because the USP has a lighting on it. Well, now we actually got a suppressor, so it's not completely useless anymore. What, no guard? There's always a guard here. Well, at least in the main game. This is sus. This is very sus. Where's the guards? Deck 2, starboard. Oh my god, full amounts of M9 ammo. Hell to the maximum, yeah! I don't know what we do with the fucking sniper rifles, those are completely useless on this scenario. In the pitch darkness of the corridors, something moved in front of Snake's line of vision. Reacting quickly, Snake dove into the shadow of a nearby crate. There was a flash of light. Snake heard the sound of a gunshot. A bullet whizzed past his head, igniting sparks as it ricocheted off the wall behind him. It was a trap. No time to think about the particulars though. There were at least 5 enemy soldiers up against him. He could hear the sound of guns being readied. Snake drew his USP. Boss fight time. It's boss fight time. This is a boss fight. It is a boss fight, 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 fight. It's a boss fight, 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 fight. Fight, 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 fight. Fight, 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 fight. Hold number 1. Snake peered down the corridor. No hail of bullets came to greet him this time. The coast was clear. He pressed forward past the bodies of the fallen enemy soldiers and entered the cargo hold. The cargo hold was dominated by a massive shape covered by a tarp. There was no mistaking it. It was a Metal Gear, the ultimate weapon of the 21st century. Sensing the place to be deserted, Snake approached the Metal Gear. The Metal Gear! Its immense shadow loomed over him. He peeked under the tarp, but what he found was nothing more than a decrepit shell. The armor plating was spackled with rust. The body was covered with a thick layer of dust. The old, badly outdated actuator was a crisscross roadmap of tiny cracks. It looked as if it hadn't been used in over 10 years. Do not look so disgusted, a voice suddenly sounded behind Snake's back. What you see before you is a magnificent legacy of hatred left to me by my distinguished predecessor. You really should treat it with more respect. Snake turned around in time to see Sergei Gurlukovich emerge from the shadow of a pillar. Drop your weapon, said Gurlukovich. Make me, Snake retorted. Gurlukovich dragged another figure out from behind the pillar. It was Meryl. He drew her closer and tapped his gun against her throat. Snake watched as the barrel slowly traced the contours of her slender white neck and brushed gently against the corner of her mouth. He threw down his gun. A wise choice, said Gurlukovich. Alright, Gurlukovich, let her go. Meryl shook off Gurlukovich's grasps. Gurlukovich pointed his gun at Snake. He regarded Meryl with a leer. Suddenly, Snake realized what was going on. Meryl was working with Gurlukovich, meaning... So you were the League? Meryl was silent, confirming Snake's fears. But why? What if I told you that it was my father's dying wish? Meryl looked pleadingly at Snake. I'll ask you one more time. Please, leave this place. I can't do that. Gurlukovich cocked the hammer of his gun. Then I'll just have to get rid of you. He pulled the trigger. No! Meryl grabbed Gurlukovich's hand from the side. The bullet went astray, striking the ground between Snake's feet. We had a deal. You promised you wouldn't kill him. As the two continued to argue, Snake retrieved his USB and made his escape. As he ran, he heard the sound of Gurlukovich shouting angrily at his men. Kill him! Snake heard Meryl trying to stop him, but he didn't turn back. His only thought was to escape as quickly as possible. bum bada bum 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 bada dun 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 dun. Bum bada bum bada bum dun 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 dun. Dude! Wait. I managed to escape the hole, but the enemies are still after me. I have to get out of deck 2. Maybe if I go back to the engine room, there will be a way out. So there was no Metal Gear. Well, there is, but it's rusted and not, like, usable. Snake closed the watertight door behind him and turned the handle to lock it. That should buy me some time, he thought. In the meantime, there was something he had to check on. He called Campbell on the codec and described what had happened. Merrill and Gurlukovich, Campbell's voice quivered. Merrill said something about her father's dying wish. What the hell was your brother doing in this country anyway? Campbell explained. During the Cold War, while the country was under the control of a pro-American dictator, the American military had been conducting a top-secret project in Eldera. Matt Campbell had been a member of that project. When the Cold War ended, the project was terminated as well, and the Americans had prepared to withdraw from the country. Matt, however, went AWOL. Shortly afterward, the pro-American regime, having lost its backing, was faced with armed uprisings among the country's minority groups. Eldera was plunged in the civil war. Matt's corpse was discovered later. Spetsnaz had been behind the uprising, and the name of their commander was Sergei Gurlukovich. Some say that Matt was actually collaborating with Gurlukovich, but I don't believe it for a minute. Campbell's words made it sound as if he believed that Gurlukovich himself had killed Matt. Is that why you've been so obsessed with Gurlukovich for all this time? Asked Snake. Yes, admitted Campbell. He hated Gurlukovich. Hate spawned hatred in kind. Were you involved in the project too? No, there's a rule against that. We're forbidden to take part in an operation involving family members. They say it compromises your judgment. Is that all? I guess Manda wanted to put some distance between us at the time. Campbell's voice tinged with regret, but he ventured no explanation as to the reason behind his brother's actions. The antique Metal Gear you saw is the end result of that project. That's all I know. The whole thing is highly confidential. Even now the records are all sealed. I believe it, thought Snake to himself. After all, it was only natural for people to try and forget horrible things that happened in the past. Governments were no exception, but some people hold on to those kinds of memories. Some people never forget their hate, like Gurlukovich and Campbell. Snake, we can't let Gurlukovich and his men escape without Metal Gear, said Campbell. Yet still be armed with live nuclear warheads. They're probably planning to test the Metal Gear's capabilities somewhere out at sea. You've got to change the course of the ship. Head for the breach. Snake had no objections. Oh, so we're just going back to that location? Lazy. Lazy! And we have to go from here again. Huh? I gotta kill him before he reports it in. Hehe. Couldn't report it in, asshole. The colonel says that Gurlukovich might join up with his people and get a hold of Metal Gear. I must get to the bridge before that happens and change the ship's course. So yeah, that's the current goal. We still don't know quite exactly why. Oh yeah. Yeah, some people believe that, yeah, Matt was working with Sergey. That's the explanation. Why Meryl is probably like, you know, also working with him. But Campbell believes that, yeah, he was just shot in the back. Which seems like the likeliest thing. Considering, you know, what kind of man Sergey Lukovich is.
Freeze.
Oh,
Freeze.
freeze. More! Oh! I shot him to the balls. I broke the sacred bro code. Snake made his way to the ship's bridge. Outside the window, beyond the storm, he could see the figure of Meryl. He opened the watertight door and stepped into the navigation room. Meryl turned around. You're late. Were you waiting for me? There's no one to interrupt us here. I need to tell you something. You mean like the reason why you're helping the man who killed your father? Is that what my uncle told you? Snake nodded. Meryl shook her head. He was lying, Meryl explained. Matt Campbell's part in the top-secret Metal Gear development project in Eldora had been to ensure the country's stability. Part of his job was feeding falsified information to the minority separatist guerrillas, and he was good at it. First he'd pick a suitable candidate, next he'd find his target's weak point and use it to blackmail him. Then he'd dangle a carrot in front of the victim's eyes and convince him to cooperate. Matt would then send his now willing accomplice into the ranks of the separatists. Once there, the spy provided the Americans with useful information, selling out his comrades in the process. But in carrying out his mission, Matt made one fatal error. In his dealings with the separatists, he came to sympathize with their cause. He became enchanted with the idea of independence. He grew to resent the US for the way it exploited smaller, weaker nations for its own gain. In the end, Matt decided to help the guerrillas create their own nation. He wanted to give them the trump card they needed to secure their independence. And what better gift than a bipedal nuclear-capable walking tank that was conveniently being developed in Eldora, albeit secretly and quite illegally, by the American military. Sergei Lukovich, who was also supporting the guerrillas, agreed to cooperate. Matt's plan was executed. The guerrillas succeeded in stealing the Metal Gear from the American base, but then their plan was discovered. Matt was executed by the Americans. Meryl's father had been punished for the crime of believing in his own ideals. The price of having conscience was high in those troubled times. In the tumult of the civil war that followed, the Metal Gear disappeared without a trace. However, 6 months ago, its existence was reconfirmed, and the Marines had been sent to recover their long-lost dirty secret. After hearing the true story from Lukovich, Meryl agreed to follow his instructions and infiltrate the Marines. Her intent was to transfer the Metal Gear over to the guerrillas through Lukovich, who was still providing support to the rebels. In this way, she could carry on her father's memory and ideals for which he died. Is that what Lukovich told you? Asked Snake. Meryl nodded. Snake shook his head. Didn't it ever occur to you that he might be lying? Meryl looked at Snake with sorrow in her eyes. You're not going to let me get away, are you? So what are you going to do? Meryl threw her gun and pointed at Snake. You're not going to shoot me, said Snake. She released the safety with her thumb. Watch me. What a stupid fight. You obviously still love him. You obviously still love him. Olga voice lines. Stupid bitch! And as you know, or probably are noticing, I'm using the tranquilizer because that's gonna lead to the good ending. Like, Snake of course doesn't want to kill Mirror, you know? Dude. So obviously we're not gonna use the USB. We don't want to kill her. Like, absolutely not. Snake watched as Mirror crumpled to the ground. He rushed to her side and cradled her in his arms. Fortunately, she'd only been temporarily knocked out. He clasped her tightly to his chest. "Do not trouble yourself over it," said a voice behind Snake's back. It was Kurlukovich. He held a pistol in his hand. "Why were you using Meryl?" Snake demanded, finding control his anger. "Using her? I merely told her what she wanted to know." "I don't think so." A slight smile crossed Kurlukovich's face. It was the smile of a master strategist. A smile that told of lies, manipulation and betrayal. "Perhaps I did embellish the truth a bit. After all, people will believe what they want to believe." "Is this your idea of revenge on the Colonel?" "Of course, he deserves to suffer. I will make him squirm in agony until his pain is as great as the suffering of all the men that I have had to bury, and all of the widows and orphans they left behind." Kurlukovich hated Campbell. Campbell hated Kurlukovich. Hate spawned hatred in kind. "That is why I chose her. Is she not the most important person in Campbell's life? This I heard from Matt as he lay dying." "So it was you that killed Matt?" Kurlukovich's eyes darkened for an instant. "I see my reputation precedes me. I simply gave him that which he desired. He was only waiting for someone to kill him. That is the kind of man he was." For a moment it almost looked as if Kurlukovich were truly grieving the loss of an old friend. Perhaps his grief was real, but the look soon passed. "I will not hand the Metal Gear over to the Eldoran guerrillas. My men and I have other plans for it. The machine itself may be a wreck, but all we really need is to recover the nuclear warheads and the launching system. A nuclear-equipped ballistic missile is still a precious commodity, even in this day and age." Snake gritted his teeth. Kurlukovich laughed. "Do not be so angry with me. This is Matt Campbell's dying wish. This was his intention from the beginning." "What do you mean?" "If you don't believe me, then ask him yourself." Kurlukovich aimed his gun at Snake. "In hell!" The sound of a gunshot ripped through the air. Kurlukovich fell to the ground. The shot had come from Meryl. Meryl staggered painfully to her feet and turned her back to Snake. The rain beat down upon her ragged frame. "Meryl, please, just don't say anything." Her shoulders were trembling. Snake wondered if she was crying. The tanker... speaking so much due to the text. The tanker and the Metal Gear it was carrying were recovered by US forces. Meryl, meanwhile, found herself in the subject of a military inquiry. Several days later, Snake ran into Campbell while visiting Meryl at the detention center. According to Campbell, the military had conducted a full investigation on the recovered Metal Gear. It was judged to be a complete failure, little more than scrap metal. The nuclear warheads too were nothing but cheap imitations. Whether or not Matt had been aware of this was unclear. There were no records left, and, Campbell added, it was his fault that Matt had betrayed his country. "What?" Snake exclaimed. "Matt hated me, and not just me either. He hated his wife too, and Meryl." "What are you trying to say?" "Meryl is my daughter." Snake was thunderstruck. He stared at Campbell in utter disbelief. "So, you and your brother's wife?" Campbell nodded. "I knew what I did was unforgivable, but I thought he hung his head." "Did Matt know about it?" "He sensed that something was up. That's why he went to Eldora alone, to get away from us. And that's where Kurlukovich found him." The first rule of intelligence gathering was to find your opponent's weak point, dig up the ghosts of his past, rub salt into his old wounds, then pretend to sympathize, gain his trust, steal his heart, then he would be yours to control. In Matt, Kurlukovich had found his perfect target. "Does Meryl know about this?" "No, but I was about to tell her." With that, Campbell turned and started walking toward the visiting room. As Snake watched him recede into the distance, he thought to himself, It would take time for Meryl to accept the truth about what had happened. He wasn't even sure whether or not she'd ever acknowledge Campbell as her father. It would be enough for Snake if one day the two could still smile at each other once again. There wasn't any room in the world for more hatred. Wow, the theme of this seemed to be just hatred. Hatred spawns more hatred. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I think this is the first time in Metal Gear that they mentioned that Campbell is actually, or Roy Campbell, is actually the father of Meryl. And they actually kept that in the canon storyline. They mentioned that in MGS4. Two more scenarios to go. Two more scenarios to go. Oh! Oh! I think I'm gonna do this today. Yeah, two more Snake Tales scenarios left. Oh, Tomokazu was the director of these. No wonder these are pretty good in terms of storylines. Because he was basically almost behind on every Metal Gear game where there's a good storyline. Immediately after or behind Hideo Kojima. I always wondered if he was like, what if he is truly the mastermind of the video or the Metal Gear franchise? It makes you think because he was always behind in the greatest games. For example, he's not behind in MGS4, he's not behind in MGS5 anymore. Makes you think. Makes you think. Dead Man Whispers. Big Shell off the coast of New York. The offshore decontamination facility was selected as the setting for a top-secret joint exercise between the Navy SEALs and Dead Cell due to its complex structure and isolated environment. During the exercise, Dead Cell and the team under their command portrayed terrorists, while the SEAL team acted to suppress them. Dead Cell was a specialized naval combat team feared for their brutality. Their main function was anti-terrorist training, launching unannounced assaults on important government installations to determine their level of security. Although famous for the ferocity of their attacks, there was another reason for their reputation. It was rumored that their anti-terrorist training was cover for their true mission, operating above the law to undermine threats to American national interests. Whether inside the country or not, whether inside country or out, whenever anti-American sentiment was suspiciously crushed or leaders died unnatural deaths, military insiders inevitably associated Dead Cell's name with the act. The rumors were never confirmed. However, that the name of Dead Cell had become equated with death, disaster and calamity was undeniable until 1 year ago. 1 year ago, Dead Cell commander Colonel Jackson was arrested on charges of graft and corruption. From that point on, the overzealous tactics during attacks, the shady past of the team members, and their combined inhumanity made Dead Cell's name synonymous with military corruption and dishonor. Even their very fighting ability had come under question. This exercise marked their first official assignment in some time, but only Dead Cell leader Vamp was granted permission to participate. The joint exercises were drawing to a close. I was guarding my assigned area in Strut F. Immediately after receiving a report that half of the terrorists had been subdued, a coded transmission signifying an emergency situation came through my codec. Come in, anyone. This is Alpha Team. We're under attack. This is Bliskin. What happened? I replied. Dead Cell, it's Vamp. He double-crossed. The team is almost by him. I could hear screams and the sound of gunfire in the background. What is your location? I asked. Strut B. I heard a scream and the line went dead. I immediately punched in a different frequency. A low voice answered. This is Dolph. Is this Snake? It was Marine Commander Scott Dolph. He was in Big Shell as part of the exercise. I explained the situation to Dolph. He answered through the burst of noise. Looks like things just started on my end too. What's the status? There was an explosion in the Shell 2 core. B1's almost totally flooded. Is this what you were worried about? 3 days ago, I accepted a request from Dolph to join the exercise. Dolph was worried about something, something might happen, and he asked me to put a stop to it if it did. But he didn't say why. All he told me was, I'm counting on you. Dolph and Death Cell were connected. Dolph's daughter, Helena, was Jackson's wife. When Jackson was arrested, Dolph was the only one who could defend the Death Cell, and Jackson... As a result, he risked his own position. Dolph seemed to be worried about something concerning Death Cell. I accepted without any questions. I owed Dolph. Dolph created a fake identity for me, and here I was, along for the exercise as Lieutenant Junior Great Pliskin. I then asked him, what is Ramp up to? I have no idea. Dolph said in a deeply troubled voice, Snake, we must figure out what's happening. We're trapped in the north part of filter chamber number 2 by debris and flooding. Looks like it'll take us some time to get out of here. I want you to rescue the SEALs. Head over to Strut B. Roger that. Be careful, you aren't carrying live ammunition, are you? Dolph was right. I was equipped for exercise and didn't have any live rounds. No, but I'll be okay, I replied.
Nothing here.
No ammo. Oh, fuck. So we're going to Strut B. So the shortest route is through Strut A. Hey, we're playing as Pliskin. Death Cell rewarded during the joint exercise with the SEALs. Vam's intentions are not clear, but I must save the SEALs under attack. I am now heading towards Strut B. Alright, any ammunition or weapons anywhere? Nobody's late with anything.
What's going on? Respond.
Nothing's going on. Let it be, guys.
Communications with Strut F have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
No, nobody does it in the law.
No sign of the missing man. Nothing else to report.
Yeah, that's what I said. Motherfucker. Wow, no weapons or anything. FA connecting bridge. I wonder if there's anything. There is something over there. I want it. I want it. Whoopsie! I love how Snake runs the fucking stairs. Strut A, bump room. Ay, 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 ay. Huh? Huh? Can I even get to the roof of Strut A? Nope. Just wondering, like, where's the M9 is on this one. There has to be an M9 in all of these. I just missed it somewhere on A. On A wrongdoing. Has to be like that. Ba-dum, bum, bum. AB connecting bridge. Jesus.
Huh?
Huh? Alright, I need air. Like, I need to go outside. I'm sweating. It's hot. I left the hoodie on. I wasn't supposed to even leave the hoodie on. I need air. So. Classic. BRB! Alright, we shall continue, shall we not? Shall we, yesn't? Let's go. Oh, never mind. The be right back text is still there. Let me just fix that. Let's go. I was greeted at Strut B by the side of a total massacre. The bodies of dead seals littered the entire area. Everything had been torn apart and splattered with blood. I heard a moan coming from a body in a pool of blood. Hold on! I ran over and lifted the soldier in my arms. He was still breathing, but his wound was deep, reaching his internal organs. It was clear that he wouldn't make it. He looked at me with his unfocused eyes. It was Vamp. He called it a lynching. Revenge for those who backstabbed Jackson. He called the bribery charge a sham. You'd better not talk now, I said, trying to quiet him, but he kept on talking. Vamp's going after Captain O'Brien, but that's nonsense. There's no way the captain's involved. He's just not like that. Hail Captain O'Brien, multiply decorated in the Persian Gulf, Europe, and Africa, was commander-in-chief for the entire exercise. The mass media praised the captain as a competent and noble-minded military man who is well liked by his fellow soldiers. He grabbed my chest. His grip was surprisingly strong for a man on his deathbed. The captain is on the first floor of the Shell 2 core. Save the captain, please. His body lost its strength. I closed his eyes. That was all I could do for him. I contacted Dolph, telling him what I'd just heard. I see, mumbled Dolph. His voice didn't sound surprised at all. In fact, he sounded like he'd just confirmed some bad news. Did you know about this? I asked. He became quiet, answering hesitantly. Wait, did I save it ever? Yeah, I did. There have been a lot of cases involving murdered government employees and servicemen lately. Rumor has it Vamp is behind it all. Is Jackson really innocent? I don't know for sure, but perhaps. He was a real proud soldier. He was not the corrupt kind. You think O'Brien backstabbed Jackson? No, I don't think so. I know his reputation. How can you be so sure? It was O'Brien who planned this training. If he was involved in Jackson's case, there's no way he would involve Vamp. That's only if O'Brien knew of the rumors of the lynching, right? He knew. Are you sure? Oh yeah, I heard of the rumors from O'Brien. You and O'Brien talked about the rumors? I was a bit surprised. O'Brien and Dolph, political Navy captain and head of the Marines. They didn't seem like a likely pair of friends. Dolph answered as if he knew of my doubts. O'Brien and I didn't always get along because of our positions. I don't think he liked me either, but I don't think he hated me so much that he wouldn't give me advice that would save my life. What do you mean? O'Brien came to warn me that I was Vamp's next target. I then knew the true reason Dolph had participated in this exercise. So you tried to rid Dead Cell of its infamous rumors by revealing yourself to Vamp? Correct. If nothing happened to me during the exercise, I could prove that the rumors were false. You do trust Vamp? Dolph scoffed. I wouldn't go that far. If I trusted him completely, I wouldn't have called you. I'm a coward. I said to him that trusting something or someone isn't that easy. Dolph did not respond. I then asked him, but then it's not you but O'Brien that Vamp's after. Yeah, either O'Brien's information was wrong or Vamp's wrong. It seemed Dolph was confused too. The only thing that's certain is that Vamp is trying to kill O'Brien. Snake, you've got to stop Vamp. Got it. I considered the structure of Big Shell again. I'd need to use the Shell 1-2 connecting bridge from Strut D to get to Shell 2, where Vamp should be heading. That meant I'd have to head for Strut D first. Strut D? That's not far. You just have to get past Strut C. Oh, that's the dying seal that we spoke to. According to the last words of the seal, Vamp's next target is O'Brien, who is on the first floor of the Shell 2 core. I head for Strut D to get to Shell 2. Ammo! Hell yeah! Have any guards spawned in? If this is a military exercise, like, where did all these guards come from, though? I don't get it.
BC connecting bridge. Oh. Strat C dining hall. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, the storyline is rather simple currently. Oh! Vamp is trying to kill. Was his name O'Neill? Oh, Jackson. What the fuck was his name? I forgot his name. He was O something. And Scott was sure that he was gonna get killed. But apparently not. I don't know if this had an alternate ending, whether you tranquilize the final boss or not, but I'm still gonna go for the tranquilizing option. CD connecting page. Can I drink my water or is it too frozen? It's too frozen, man. Dolph contacted me as soon as I arrived at Strut D. He had apparently managed to get a hold of O'Brien. O'Brien had sealed off the door to the Shell 1-2 connecting bridge from Strut D to prevent Vamp from getting through. It also reorganized the surviving SEALs to defend Strut G. Dolph said, Snake, join the SEALs. Vamp is the enemy. Those men might be SEALs, but I doubt they can stop him on their own. But how can I get to Shell 2? The Shell 1-2 connecting bridge is closed off. There is another way. Go across the oil fence in the lower part of Big Shell. Use the ladder on B1 of Strut E to get down into the oil fence. You should be able to get to Strut L of Shell 2 by crossing it. Van must have already left for Shell 2. I needed to hurry. So yeah, we can't get through this area now. Vamp's next target is O'Brien in Shell 2. The door from Strut D to Shell 2 is shut. The only way now is to cross the oil fence on the water. The ladder to the oil fence is on level B1 Strut E. So yeah, currently, as it stands, I can't use the Shell 1-2 connecting bridge. Fuck. We have to go to the next strut where there's a ladder downstairs, which we can use to get the Shell 2. Nothing here.
Freeze.
Nothing here.
Why are you late with your status report?
Why are you late with your
There
status?
we go.
What's going on?
Respond!
Communications with Strut E ceased.
I don't know why I was gonna go there.
An investigation immediately.
Jesus.
The situation is normal.
All clear. The situation is normal. All clear. Yeah, so we need to use this route, which is normally not ever like accessible until like the very end of MGS2. I reached the Strut E ladder and climbed down about 40 meters. When I finally made it to the oil fence, I heard the sound of gunfire from above. It was coming from the Shell 1-2 connecting breach. I could see the SEALs fighting Vamp, but it wasn't a normal fight. It was a one-sided massacre. Vamp ran, the SEALs fired, but the bullets didn't hit him. Vamp threw knives, some of the men went down, other SEALs fought back. Vamp wove and dodged, he slit the throats of the SEAL men, slicing their stomachs open and stabbing deep into their hearts. The SEALs went down in a split second. I saw the last man screaming at the totally unhurt Vamp. Suddenly the connecting breach exploded. It must have been wired up with bombs beforehand. A series of explosions enveloped the connecting breach in flames, and it began to collapse with a roar. Debris rained on the surface of the sea. I made a run across the oil fence. A huge column of water rose behind my back. Waves churned, throwing the oil fence up with every undulation. I struggled along and finally made it to the lower part of Strut L. As I turned around, my eyes met Vamp's. He had tumbled from the sky and landed on the Shell 2 side. Vamp sneered, licked the knife with his long tongue and hurled the knife at me, and then he disappeared into the interior of Strut G. I climbed the ladder and made it into Strut L of Shell 2. Vamp had already penetrated Shell 2. O'Brien was in danger. I ran for Shell 2 core. We gotta go there before Vamp gets there. We gotta do it. Strat L sewage treatment facility.
Freeze.
Oh, who is that? I'm just killing everybody. I don't even need to kill all these people. KL connecting bridge. Jesus. Ah. I'm so fucking mean, dude. I like how they're trying to come up with lore excuses in those text why some of the places are blown up or why there's blood in certain areas, because they're just leftovers from the main game. They can't change main locations just like with a finger snap. I arrived at Shell 2. Vamp has already entered in Shell 2. O'Brien is in danger. O'Brien must still be on the first floor in the Shell 2 core. Damn it! Damn it, Vamp! Damn it! Shell 2 core, 1F air purification room. I entered the Shell 2 core. There wasn't any gunfire or any sign of people. The silence made me uneasy. The code rang. It was Dolph. Snake, what is your location? Right above your head. I've just entered the first floor of the Shell 2 core. How's O'Brien? I've lost contact. I clicked my tongue. Were we too late? We still don't know what's happened for sure, I said Dolph. But he didn't sound too sure of himself. O'Brien should be on this floor, right? I asked. That's right. He should be barricaded in the air purification room. He told me he was going to electrify the floor to stop Vamp from getting inside. I looked at the passageway. The floor there was glowing dimly. Looks like the trap's still working. Yeah? We're up against Vamp. Who knows if it'll help? There was only one way to confirm if O'Brien was dead or alive. Going inside. How do I disarm the trap? I asked. Destroying the circuit breaker in the room is probably the only way. We should be able to do it with a remote-controlled missile from a duct. We're going to have to find a remote-controlled missile first. Dolph says he lost contact with O'Brien. To confirm O'Brien's safety, I must shoot a remote-controlled missile through the ducts and destroy the power source in the air purification room. So that's what's happening right now. So we need to find a remote-controlled missile and get that electricity not working. And see if O'Brien is still alive. There's Nikita. That's the remote-controlled missile. Weird, in the normal game, the camera always zooms in on there, shows you what's happening over there. Now the game isn't doing that. And we can't even use the elevator yet. This was a harder. This is probably the hardest missile or remote control missile part of the game, because if I remember correctly, even on hardest difficulty in the main game, this is not as long and hard. Wow, that sounded so inappropriate. Oh, come on. It wasn't even that hard. You stupid me. Can I still drink my water? Or is it still too frozen? I was sucking the water out of the bottle. As soon as I entered the air purification room, I found O'Brien on the floor, slumped against the wall. Judging by the cuts covering O'Brien's body, Vamp had tortured him instead of killing him instantly. O'Brien looked at me, recognizing my uniform. He was covered with blood, but he smiled in relief. I guess we haven't been wiped out yet? I signaled for him to keep quiet and examine the surroundings. O'Brien said, Vamp isn't here anymore. Looks like he left for B1 from the duct. It seemed nobody was in the room except the dying man and myself. I went up to O'Brien. He was bleeding pretty badly. It looked like he didn't have much time. I tried to treat him, but O'Brien refused. Stop it. I'm not going to make it anyway. I know that. Get out of here now. Call for backup. No, I can't do that. You said he went to B1, right? I said. Dolph was on B1. As O'Brien told Dolph, he might be the next target. But Dolph was Jackson's father-in-law. And besides, he wasn't the kind of person to backstab someone. Something was wrong. While I was turning this over in my head, O'Brien said, Don't do it, Lieutenant. You'd better leave. Don't get involved with Vamp. But I can't let him continue his little lynching game, right? Lynching? O'Brien tried to laugh, but he coughed up blood instead. Vamp said you falsely charged Jackson. That's crazy. I didn't do that. Nobody could. What do you mean? The corruption cases are airtight. There's plenty of proof. What? O'Brien tried to say something, but only coughed. He coughed up more blood. Then he was quiet for good. I tried to contact Dolph numerous times by codec without any response. I knew Vamp had already left for B1. I had to get to B1 right away. Jackson! O'Brien is dead. Supposedly Vamp had headed for level B1 Shell 2 core. Is Dolph his next target? I must stop Vamp. The elevator should take me to level B1. I swear to God, if there's now guards here. Yeah, this was a short one. This is a super short one. I wonder why the A scenario, the A wrongdoing scenario, is like the only scenario where you have multiple choices. Like, are you gonna go rescue the hostages or kill the Fat Man? It seems like they ran out of time. And I always hated this part. We actually get to go to this elevator, but we don't actually get to swim as Snake, which sucks ass. It's as if they didn't want you to play as Snake, you can swim. Shell 2 core, B1 filtration chamber number 2. I got on an elevator. I arrived at B1. B1 was exactly as Dolph had described. The passageway had been closed off by an explosion and flooded from a damaged water purification tank. I swam through the water and went through the debris to move forward. Dolph had to be to the north. I opened the door and entered the second filtration room. Dead silence. Suddenly I spied someone standing in the darkness. Vamp. He slowly opened his closed eyes. I was waiting for you. Waiting for me? That's right. I was waiting for the perfect opponent to commemorate the end of Dead Cell. And you're it, Solid Snake. What are you saying? Vamp, knock it off. No one backstabbed Jackson. It's corruption. Vamp spoke calmly. I know. What? Vamp stared at me with sad eyes. Snake, you don't understand anything and you don't have to. All you need to know is that you'll be gracing Dead Cell's legacy as the final victim. Come on. I'm gonna tranquilize him. I don't remember what the ending is, but I'm gonna tranquilize him still. Guys, it's just with a tranquilizer with deep. Why is this exploit not working with Snake? I guess it's only for Raiden. Weird. Yeah. Yeah.
Take this.
Take this. Oh, fuck. This is, by the way, one of the hardest boss fights if you don't do the glitch that I was trying to do. I approached Vamp. He was still breathing, just unconscious. Soon he opened his eyes. Kill me. They only asked me to stop you, I said. Vamp, tell me why you went on with your lynching when you knew it was meaningless. Vamp's mouth twitched. Because it wasn't meaningless. Jackson's arrest had been the final blow to Dead Cell's reputation. They called it a stain on the entire US military, called them a group of disgraced losers. The military had cut Jackson off as a liability, but that wasn't all. The brass tried to bury Dead Cell's previous record of success as well. It was a fate worse than death. We killed more than a few people. We killed civilians, women, children, the elderly. Some were unarmed, some didn't resist, some even begged for their lives, but we killed them all. Of course, we didn't kill them for pleasure. It was our mission. Dirty work, those types of missions. Everyone hated them, but they had to be done. So we took them all. A man like O'Brien owes his spotless reputation to the fact that we got our hands dirty. Crawled through mud and woke up screaming from nightmares. Vamp clenched his fist. Are we the lowest of men? Perhaps, but the lowest of soldiers? Definitely not. I won't allow our honor and purity to be stained. That was all we had, but now the last bit of pride has been denied us as well. That's why I went on this mission. You mean you're lynching? That's right. If I kill people out of revenge, people may start wondering. They may even think of that perhaps Colonel Jackson could be innocent. The more I keep on killing, the more the public will have to believe in his innocence. Did you really expect anyone to believe that crap? Of course, the world lives and breathes on what you call crap, don't you think? Vamp laughed coldly, but his eyes looked empty. His eyes weren't those of someone who had regained what they had lost. They were those who had lost something instead. Then I realized. But you don't believe it, do you? Even if Dead Cell's reputation is restored, it won't matter for you. Vamp shut his eyes as if he were in pain. Maybe you're right. Any purity Dead Cell had possessed in its mission had been lost at Vamp's hand. The person in front of me wasn't a proud soldier. He was nothing more than a pathetic terrorist. And he knew it. Perhaps that was the punishment for his lynching, Vamp said. I don't care, at least I can protect someone. Protect? I'd do anything for Colonel Jackson, Helena, their unborn baby, and Scott. You fool! You fool! The shout echoed through the air. It was Dolph. He must have heard the battle and found us. Vamp smiled as he saw Dolph. His eyes quickly began to cloud. Dolph came up to Vamp and said, Nobody asked you to do what you did. Not Helena, not Jackson, not even me. You knew that, didn't you? Vamp interrupted Dolph. Scott, I had to do it. Why? Vamp turned his eyes away and became quiet. You won't tell me? Asked Dolph. After a moment of silence, Vamp said, It's got nothing to do with you. Are you being serious? Yes. You've changed. I think so too. You're the only one who hasn't. Vamp bit his lip as though trying to endure something and said, Just leave me alone. I don't want to see you ever again. Dolph's eyes clouded for a moment. I see. Vamp was taken into custody. A backup SEAL team secured Big Shell. Dead Cell was officially dissolved sometime after that. Dolph retired from the military and Jackson died in prison. They said it was due to mental exhaustion. Vamp escaped shortly after being confined to a military prison. Shortly thereafter, various government and military insiders began dying suspicious deaths. It was rumored that he was behind it, but never confirmed. Sometime later, a rumor began making the rounds. It said Jackson had been falsely accused and Dead Cell had been framed. What the fuck did I play? One more. You gotta beat one more. I kind of wanna go to sleep, but I wanna do the one. One more. So A, B, C, and D have been beaten. Next up we have D. No. A, B, C, and D have been beaten. Next up we have E, the final snake tail. External gazer. Or gazer. I opened the door to strut B. I went out on the AB connecting bridge. No enemies sighted. Autogun gave me instructions via codec. Listen carefully, Snake. I'll explain again. Our target this time is that mysterious unidentified monster that's got the whole world in an uproar. They call it the Gurlugon. Gurlugon. What is he talking about? The only ones in uproar are Otacon and Mei Ling, and I bet they're the ones using that nickname too. That's what I was thinking anyway. But I didn't say anything. Otacon continued. I think you already know this, but do not hurt the target. Take a picture of it before it has a chance to get away. You've made it this far, so don't do anything stupid. My hands were tied. Ridiculous or not, a mission is a mission. I made up my mind and began walking across the AB connecting bridge. Oh, this time you actually have an M9. Immediately. Oh shit, there actually is something there! I stared in stunned silence at the churning whirlpool the sea had become. The surface of the sea was beginning to rise. No question about it. Something huge was getting ready to make an appearance. My mysterious, ludicrous quest, my so-called monster search mission, looked to be coming to an unexpected conclusion. How did I get involved in this ridiculous mission? It all began 3 days ago. I was testing Autogun's latest invention, the VR system at Philanthropy's hideout in New York. This is probably the laziest. Snake tail. Because now we're playing fucking VR missions which we're gonna play later on anyway. Like, it's lazy, it's lazy.
Freeze.
It is lazy.
What's that?
What's that? It is lazy, I tell you.
You know what you're doing.
Philanthropy's hideout. The world disappeared before my eyes. As my senses returned to my body, I realized that I wasn't actually on a bomb disposal mission on a tanker. I was sitting in the VR training seat. I pulled off the headset and Otacon turned to speak. "You were doing just fine." I nodded reluctantly. Otacon asked me with pride. What did you think about the new VR system? Not bad. That's all? Unsatisfied, he cocked his head. I can't believe it, to tell you the truth. I didn't expect it to work so well. I know, the VR system incorporates something called the Copplethorne engine. I just got it the other day. The Copplethorne engine? Hearing the question, Otacon removed his glasses, a smile on his face. The Copplethorne engine is a quantum calculation system that's been getting a lot of attention in certain quarters recently. You know about quantum computing, right? Began Otacon. He went on and on. Qubits, this and tensor products that. For the next 2 hours and 37 minutes, I regretted my stupidity in having asked. In short, it allows the construction of virtual reality environments containing a hitherto unprecedented amount of information. That information is converted into a signal and conveyed into your brain via the headset, directly synthesizing information for each of your senses while simultaneously cutting off feedback from your actual body. That way, it's possible to realize a virtual reality environment that is completely indistinguishable from the real world, down to light, sound, even your sense of smell and touch. It took a breather. I couldn't miss any opportunity. I see. I understand now, I said, trying to get up out of the seat. But Otacon stopped me. Wait a second, let's try it again. The goal of the next scenario will be to eliminate the enemies and secure an escape path for the hostages on Big Shell. I guess Otacon just couldn't wait to try out his new toy. Reluctantly, I took the seat again. Otacon continued his briefing. Your mission is to eliminate all enemies within a certain period of time. Ready? Here we go. I put the headset back on and closed my eyes. A burst of light flashed through my eyelids. The next moment I found myself surrounded by a world I could hardly believe was a mere construct. Yeah, these are lazy, man. I know the whole storyline this is like the VR missions, but still lazy.
Freeze. Freeze.
Oh my god.
I got it. Send reinforcements. Huh?
What's going on? Respond.
Freeze.
Is something wrong?
Is there still one more somewhere? There's supposed to be.
Who's there?
Aye!
Congrats, Snake.
Wow, best time? Or best score? The VR simulation ended, the all-too-real virtual reality disappeared and the senses returned to my body. I removed the headset. How was it? Asked Otacon. I told him what I noticed during my 2 trials. It's well done, no question, but it feels kind of unnatural, like something's wrong with my senses. Unnatural? In what way? It's tough to explain, but I feel like I'm possessing someone else's body. That's because of the pseudo-signal filling your brain. Theoretically, it should be possible to replicate the exact same stimulus as from the sensory structures of your physical body. Midway through my discussion with Otacon, the door opened and in strode Mei Ling. Hey, check this out! Mei Ling threw us the tabloid she'd brought with her. Japan News, a monster at Big Shell? It was an article describing the appearance of some kind of huge creature near Big Shell. The title shouted, "A monster at Big Shell?" Completely ridiculous. So what? I said without hesitation. Mei Ling blinked in surprise. So what? It's a monster, Snake! Otacon hit the table. That's right, it's a monster! The picture has to be fake. It was the most normal opinion in the world, but you wouldn't have known by the way they glared at me. Finally, they simply decided to ignore me. It sounds incredible, doesn't it, Mei Ling? A monster in New York, it's amazing! I agree, it's amazing, too amazing! So it's at Big Shell, I want to go and see it. Hey, Otacon. Hey, Otacon, I have an idea. How about catching the monster? What do you say? Great idea, let's get him. It'd be a real boon for biology. No, I take that back to all of the sciences. That's right. Hey, do you think we could get a lot of customers if we build a monster zoo? Of course, judging from the dorsal fin, I think this monster must have come from underwater. What do you think? Maybe. What about making stuffed animals or t-shirts? Not bad, but I can't help thinking that it might be a messenger from space, you know? Oh, totally, but we'd better register a trademark first. They excitedly kept on with what seemed to be a totally disjointed conversation. I couldn't believe they were actually considering it, but I had to ask. Hey, I hope you're not serious about catching this thing. Otacon regarded me with an utter shock. Wake up, Snake, we're talking about a monster here. Mailing kicked a chair. He's right, this is about a monster. But Otacon leaned toward me. A monster of unknown origin has appeared. As a scientist, I can't simply ignore it. Do I have to remind you about philanthropy's financial situation? We don't even know if we have enough to cover for our rent this month, snapped Mei Ling, fire in her eyes. But what do you propose instead of catching it? Are you just going to quietly let this opportunity slip by? You coward! But... Otacon and Mei Ling kept up their simultaneous tirade as I hesitated. We've got to do it! We've got to do it! At this point there was nothing to say except, okay. That's the story, and so I came to Big Shell. That was 3 hours ago. Jesus. The storyline is super good in this one though. Oh. Strut Dining Hall. I contacted Otacon via codec as I entered Strut C. What's up, Snake? Found any clues? Asked Otacon. Negative, but I've seen some strange people wandering around. I told Otacon about the soldiers I'd seen on the CD connecting bridge. Otacon replied, I bet they're trying to get Gurugon, just like we are. I don't think it has to be, he swore with confidence. Anyway, just move on ahead without getting caught. Most of the sightings of Gurugon have been southwest of Big Shell. Head for the AB connecting bridge. I'd come this far, so there was nothing to do but follow Otacon. I started moving toward the AB connecting bridge. Jesus.
Freeze.
I've come to Big Shell to look for Gurugon. I must find Gurugon. According to Otacon, Gurugon is often spotted near the AB connecting bridge. Jesus Christ.
Freeze.
No, not the cigarette. Yo, what's up, chat? I haven't asked in a little while. How's that doing? Even though I can't be sure if anybody's actually watching, but still. What's up, chat? This is the BC connecting bridge. This is not the bridge we're currently driving for. Oh. I guess I didn't have a need to throw the chaff grenade. Whatever. It's a transformer room. Transformers, willing to die for you. What is this guard? I know there's a guard in this area. There you go. I'm just wondering if there's anything useful over here.
Freeze.
Yeah, we don't know who these guards are, so I'm not killing them. I'm just gonna tranquilize them. Anyway, that's the story. Here I am, forced to hunt down a monster. And it looks as though something's about to appear before my very eyes. At this point, there's nothing to do but get ready. I checked over the camera, I have no idea what I'm about to see. But I'm going to shoot first and ask questions later. Is the monster real? Monster from another dimension. Gurlugon. It's real. This is unbelievable, but I guess I should be taking photos. The best moment is when it comes above the surface. I shouldn't be too near or far from it. I'm gonna take a photo good enough to make Autogon run. Come on, Gurlugon. Come on, buddy boy. Buddy! 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 I like how nobody questions it. It doesn't look like a monster, it looks like a fucking Russian mercenary soldier. What the fuck? Why did they get mad over that? Oops. Olga. Get out of my way, screamed Olga. She wasn't armed. She didn't seem to be making a move to attack. I began talking to her as I holstered my gun. What are you doing here? Olga smiled a little, but something about her smile wasn't right. She looked so different. She didn't carry the sense of darkness and tragedy I remembered. In fact, she looked like a totally different woman. Don't get too friendly. I'm not the me that you know, and I don't know the me that you do know. What are you talking about? I'm looking for the key to get back to my universe, and that strange creature is it. It doesn't belong in your universe, neither do I. We're from a different place, and your universe is in for trouble too. If you just ignore things. I just couldn't wrap my brain around Olga's story. I was lost. Grinding her teeth, Olga looked down at the surface of the sea. Damn, he's getting away. Listen, check the VR system. It's allowing you to peek into another universe. That's what's causing all this trouble, shouted Olga as she jumped from the connecting breach. Wait! I leaned over the railing, but Olga had already disappeared into the sea. Olga's henchmen were jumping into the sea one after the other. I was left on the connecting breach alone. I couldn't see Gurlugon anymore. What the There's the photo. My photo of Gurlugon sat on the table at the hideout. No sign today? I asked, mailing. No, looks like it hasn't shown up today either. It had been a week, no new sightings of Gurlugon. No one knew where he'd show up next. Maybe he'd never show up ever again. I believed Olga. It didn't seem like she was lying. And what's more, the existence of that ridiculous monster was proof in and of itself. There was no way something like that could live in our world. But it might be possible in another. Autogon brought up a theory about parallel universes. As usual, Autogon gave far more of an explanation than necessary. But in a nutshell, the idea was that rather than a single universe, there were countless universes existing in parallel. That meant that one universe might be exactly the same as mine, except the number of hairs on my head was off by one. In another universe, civilization might have sprung from paramecia. There could even be a universe full of monsters. Aragon thought these universes were supposed to be mutually exclusive, so for some reason had become randomly intersecting. That was how the Olga we knew became switched with an Olga from a parallel universe, and how that monster came to be in ours. And Aragon warned that the phenomenon seemed to be progressing as we spoke. But if his theory was correct, we were in for big trouble. For example, it was possible that in an hour I might switch with another version of myself from a different universe. Aragon might have already been switched with a different Aragon. What would happen to us if we switched to our universe, say, where the moon was about to collide with the Earth or something? It was simply impossible to predict what might happen next. Fortunately, the moon hadn't smashed into us yet, or at least not in our universe. Of course, that didn't guarantee we'd be safe tomorrow. How's the analysis of the VR system coming? Aragon shook his head. I'm not getting anything at all. Aragon looked sick when he heard Olga had said that the VR system was the root of the problem. He told me that the Copplethorne engine, the heart of the new VR system, was a quantum computational device designed by Dr. Copplethorne, but the principles behind it remained unknown. He opened the housing, a literal black box, and found nothing inside except some mysterious circuits, clattering gears, and what appeared to be some iron spheres. But somehow it worked. That's probably why it was such a source of excitement for some people. Pseudoscience aficionados had examined the thing, but the only conclusion thus far had centered around the possibility that it made use of components from UFOs or artifacts from a lost civilization, meaning nobody had figured out what made it tick, and what's more, nobody had ever seen this Dr. Copplethorne himself or herself either. So what was the connection between this mysterious VR system and the collision of the parallel universes? Olga had said that the root of the problem was the VR system peaking into other universes, but Mei Ling had her own theory. The Copplethorne engine-based VR system wasn't simply constructing a virtual reality through its calculations, but managed to get around the wall separating the parallel universes, peering into parallel realities that satisfied certain requirements, and incorporating that information into the VR system's virtual reality construct. Perhaps that observation and interference was creating the disturbance in the parallel universes. But that wasn't all, said Mei Ling. Perhaps Olga was searching for the Gurugon because it was the cause of the distortion among the parallel universes. The Gurugon had become the fulcrum around which space had warped, and if that was true, there would be no way to stop the distortion without getting rid of the Gurugon itself. And for that reason, we continued searching for the Gurugon. We'd lost all trace of the monster and hadn't made any further progress into analyzing the VR system. But the disturbance of the parallel universes might well be continuing. It was possible that some of the universes might even be in peril, and it was equally possible that our universe could follow the same path moments later. We were completely frazzled. Suddenly, Mei Ling spoke. If killing Gurugon will make things right, there might be a way. What do you mean? Aragon raised his face, and Mei Ling began her explanation. If it's true that the VR system can interfere with other parallel universes, why not try killing Gurugon within the VR system? That could mean we're actually killing the original Gurugon, and the Gurugon in our universe could disappear. Isn't that just a little too extreme? Objected Aragon, to which Mei Ling shot back. We can't just sit back and stare at the photo, we've got to do something. You agree with me, right, Snake? I'm not sure, I answered. Her logic seemed extreme no matter how I looked at it, but at the same time, I had the feeling that I'd end up doing it anyway. Doing something for the sake of doing it wasn't the answer, but I had to agree we still hadn't come up with a solution to the problem. A few hours later, I squared off against Gurugon inside the VR system. Mei Ling suggests that Gurugon is in real life will disappear if Gurugon is defeated in VR. I thought her logic was too radical, but I ended up facing Gurugon in VR. Fuck you. We defeated it. Gurugon defeated, we turned the VR system off, but somehow I still wasn't convinced. I removed the headset and spoke to Otacon.
So, do you think we really did it?
Otacon shrugged, looked like he felt the same way I did. Just then Mei-Ling said, "Of course, the mission has succeeded." I saw a wicked smile on her face. "We've just lost the only way to restore the parallel universes to normal."
What did you say?
I said, rising from the seat. Mei-Ling responded, There's no question that the Gurugon was the singularity that represented the warp in the parallel universes. But the only way to restore space as we know it wasn't destroying the singularity. The solution was to capture the singularity, perform a counter-unitary conversion via the Couplethorne engine, thereby dispersing the wave function at its state before convergence. Mei-Ling continued, her voice full of satisfaction. Anyway, the disappearance of the singularity means the disappearance of the only method to restore space too.
Who are you?
Mei-Ling sneered at Otacon's cry. To borrow Olga's words, I'm not Mei-Ling, you know, with no hard feelings, okay? I was just following someone's orders to complete a certain objective.
Someone? Who?
I asked her back. My husband, Mei-Ling replied sweetly. I believe he's called Solidus in your universe.
Solidus?
We screamed without thinking. Mei-Ling slowly pointed at a wall and said, Oh, speak of the devil. Just then the wall exploded. Debris poured from the gap, dust enveloped the area, and Solidus' snake clad in a powered suit stood in the middle. Solidus said to Mei-Ling,
Kept you waiting, huh?
Honey! Mei-Ling threw herself into Solidus' arms. I dove for Solidus. He fired a missile from his snake hand. A dazzling flash and an explosion. I was thrown against the wall. I lost consciousness momentarily. By the time I managed to get to my feet, I saw Solidus trailing Mei-Ling and escaping through the hole he'd just blown in the wall. In the end, I couldn't keep up with Solidus. Otacon and I discussed what to do next as we stood in our half-destroyed hideout. If they were telling the truth, we just lost a way to restore the balance of parallel universes. But there still had to be something we could do. Finally, Otacon spoke. What about Olga? It wasn't a bad idea. The Olga we'd run into at Big Shell seemed to have a good grasp of the situation. She might be able to come up with some kind of solution. There was just one problem. Where could she be? I told Otacon my concerns and he nodded with confidence. I have an idea. So what's your skill? Asked Otacon. A beautiful black woman with a slender build was sitting in front of us. She was too cheerful, she laughed far too often. I've got, like, really good luck. Good luck? Is that a skill? You betcha. Somewhat dismissively, I watched Otacon continue questioning the applicant. Otacon had placed an ad entitled Wanted, Gurugon search team members, in the city's main newspaper the other day. Let's catch the mysterious monster with our own hands. We have credible information about where the creature will appear. Experience a plus, details to be discussed during an interview. Unbelievably, quite a few people had shown up. We'd already met with more than 10 people, but there was still no sign of Olga. We'll contact you later. I really look forward to hearing from ya. The woman stood up, gave him a big smile and left. I said to Otacon,
Do you really think this is going to work?
She has to be on the lookout for information about Gurugon. She'll sew up.
But we've gotten so far are weirdos, like that old man whose skill was backflips and sliding and...
Yeah, he was funny.
Hey!
Obviously, Otacon was getting a kick out of the whole scene. Relax, let's wait a little bit longer. Next, yelled Otacon. The door opened. Lo and behold, in walked Olga. Back in the remains of our hideout, we explained the situation to Olga. After hearing our full account, Olga told us that there was still a way out. It's true that the Gurugon singularity might have been erased, but that doesn't necessarily mean that all of the singularities in all of the parallel universes have been. A glimmer of hope flashed through Otacon's eyes. You mean there are other singularities? Most likely, but their forms and locations in the parallel universe are unknown. They won't be easy to find. We have some data about Gurugon. If we analyze its pattern, scan the vicinity of the strange attractor with VR, maybe we can... Otacon and Olga continued their technical discussion. The end result said Otacon was settling on a method to find the singularities of other parallel universes by continuously and finally adjusting the wave function parameter of the VR system. to mimic the unique pattern generated by a singularity. In other words, it looked like I'd have to make it through the series of VR constructs. Preparations were made faster than I expected. I returned to the seat of the VR system. Otacon said, I'll tell you as soon as I locate a singularity. Until then, I want you to continue clearing the VR stages. But be careful. I don't think Solidus will just take this sitting down. You may run into traps. Stay alert. Otacon initialized the VR system. A virtual reality spread before my eyes.
Is there somebody there?
No. Fuck. Damn it! Oh, what am I thinking? Congrats, Snake. Located any singularities? I asked Otacon. No, not yet, echoed Otacon's voice through the VR construct. Let me try a different setting. I'm getting ready. Hold on a minute. I was left alone in the virtual reality. You must have figured out how to find singularities using VR, Snake, but you won't find one, boomed a voice suddenly from out of nowhere. It was Solidus. I called Otacon. Otacon, it's Solidus. I know, I detected him from my end, too. He's hacking into the VR system, but he hasn't gotten full control yet. Let's hurry into the next VR construct. Are you ready? A new VR space spread in front of my eyes.
You know what you're doing.
How was that not the best time? Or best score? How? How are you doing, Otacon? I asked empty air. Otacon's voice answered. We're getting a lot closer. I'll get ready for the next setting. As soon as I nodded, I heard Mei Ling's voice. They're doing a lot better than we expected, aren't they? Indeed, we'd better change our strategy. We're going to have to somehow block the singularity so they can't get any closer, answered Solidus' disembodied voice. How about using them? It's too dangerous. Even if they did stop Snake, it'd be pointless if the world was destroyed in the process. True enough, using them has to be our last resort. Everything is in your hands, honey. Their voices were a lot clearer than before. They were definitely getting closer. I yelled to Otacon. Otacon, it's Solidus. I know, their intrusion is progressing. You have to find the singularity before they get full control. Let's go.
Congrats, Snake.
I killed someone and that's the top score. Okay. Otacon, have you sighted a singularity? I asked from inside the VR. I'm picking up a reaction. Hurry to the next goal. Honey, Snake is... I heard Mei Ling click her tongue. I heard it as she was whispering to me. Solidus answered. I know. It may be time to use them. Get ready. Roger that. I heard Otacon's excited voice. Come in, Snake. Solidus is taking control of the VR system. We don't have much time. Let's begin. Ah! Although I have an idea how to get through that even faster. What is... Oh. Oh my god. I hate that. I hate what's happened. Look how fast I'm gonna do this. Trust me. Yeah, like that. Yeah!
Congrats, Snake.
Gap between parallel universes. There was nothing there. There was no light, no sound, no feeling of temperature or even of height. Was this the singularity? I called Otacon, but it was Solidus who answered. You're in what's called, how can I put this so you can understand it, a gap between parallel universes. Solidus, what are you trying to do? Why are you trying to destroy the universe? I screamed. Destroy? Don't be stupid, this is a correction. Back to how things should be. What do you mean? I don't know who created the Copplethorne engine, or where, or when, or even why, but my guess is that it was designed as part of a grid computing system bred between the parallel universes. Grid computing. I'd heard the term from Otacon. It was a technique for creating a network supercomputer with massive computational abilities by connecting numerous servers. If one could be built spanning across countless parallel universes, it would be possible to obtain near limitless computing power. But when the universe-spanning Copplethorne engine was applied to the VR system, it became a device for controlling possibility itself, Solidus continued. Controlling? That's correct. When a VR system using the Copplethorne engine is instructed to build a virtual reality, having a given a set of conditions, it selects a group of universes having the potential to satisfy those conditions from among a still indefinite number of parallel universes that still have wave functions that have not converged. Oh my god. It then presents these as the VR construct you see before you. What you call VR training is nothing less than the external observation of and interference with that group of parallel universes. I recalled the bizarre sensation of possessing another person's body when I was engaged in VR training. I suppose that was the sensation of interfering with another universe. Solidus' voice echoed. When you go through VR training, your actions within virtual reality are reflected in a set of corresponding universes. The resulting interference simultaneously acts as an observation with regards to a group of still indefinite parallel universes besides the one that is receiving the interference. That means that the possibilities of the universe converge on the conditions corresponding to the actions you took. For example, let's say you'll just kill an enemy soldier within the VR simulation. That means that the universe containing the killed soldier was observed and made definite. In other words, universes where that soldier had not been killed lose their indefinite potential and are erased from existence, Solidus continued. The only universe permitted to exist in the end is the one that doesn't contradict the actions you took in the VR simulation. Do you realize what this means? When your game is over in the VR system and you try again, the potential for existence for that very universe is denied and eliminated as never having existed. That means that every single time you replay the game, an uncounted number of universes are destroyed. I was in total shock. The disturbance of the parallel universes you've seen is a distortion generated by external interference. I suppose you could see it as the death cries of the universes that have been killed off. The singularities are a condensed form of that distortion. I had a flashback of Olga, the Gurugon, and Mei Ling. If this disturbance had really been caused by external interference, that means my own universe is receiving interference from VR systems in other universes. Of course, haven't you ever felt like your body wasn't your own, like you took an unexpected action after the fact? Or you were able to do something you didn't think was possible? That's because of interference from other universes. This universe, this one, Perhaps the reason you were able to topple Shadow Moses is because of a helping hand from someone in another universe. Solidus's laugh echoed through the space. Through my research into parallel universes, I learned that I was killed many times in different worlds. I decided to protect myself. I refuse to recognize any universe where I am killed, and that's why I decided to make things right with the VR system. I interfere with other parallel universes using the VR system and control them such that I won't die there. I don't care how much of a disturbance I create or how many contradictory universes are eliminated. The only thing that's important is my survival. Period.
That's crazy.
You really have the right to criticize me. Haven't you refused to recognize your own failures within the VR simulation by retrying a level again? Solidus laughed at my lack of a comeback. This conversation is over. I won't give up the singularity, and I can't let you restore the universes that I have corrected. So I'd like you to stay here forever, he spat. You're going to regret forcing me to break the seal. They will be here soon. A loathsome unit, infamous in unaccountable universes, hated and feared by all. Their presence alone has the ability to destroy a world. They are children of darkness on whom is focused on the combined hate of the entire universe. The Princess of Hell and the Prince of Chaos. Allow me to introduce Rose and Jack. A dazzling light enveloped everything. Jack, Earth to Jack! Rose leaned over the table. She cocked her head and looked into my eyes. What's wrong? You looked out of it. I gently stroked Rose's hair. I was enchanted by your eternal beauty. Very funny, Jack. Rose became as bashful as a little girl. I'm being serious. Rose touched my hand. Do you remember what day it is what day tomorrow is? What, March 21st? Yeah. Of course, it's the luckiest day of my entire life. The day I met you, I said. Wrong. Really? Yep. Rose puffed out her cheeks. I'm sorry, I think of how lucky I am to have met you every day, so I always think of the anniversary as being right around the corner. That doesn't exactly make sense, but I'm happy to hear it anyway, smiled Rose. By the way, your mission this time is to defuse all bombs. Good luck. My vision darkened. Just then I thought I heard someone calling me from far away. For some reason, the voice seemed very familiar. Snake, that's solid as a strap. Wake up!
Freeze! More!
It's a trap! Oh, who's that?
Freeze!
Where is this bomb? Oh. Oh, the first one. Oh. Oh. Ah.
Jack, you're great.
I'm smack in the middle of the battleground on a mission. Oh wait, saving. Raiden Tales. That's the name. The roar of cannons and gunfire punctuate the darkness. Conditions are unbelievably harsh this time around. No one on either side is without injury, and the bodies of the dead lie sprawled everywhere. It's hell on earth. I instinctively duck, feeling a bullet cut through the air inches away. Just then, the codec rings. It's Rose. Do you want to... Jack? What happened to the mission? I'm in the middle of it. Oh, that's right. What is it? Rose hesitated for a moment before she spoke. Jack, I need to talk. Talk? Yes, it's very important, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. Why is she telling me now about something that she wants to discuss tomorrow? Confused, I put the question to her. Why not now? Rose eagerly said. Alright, I'll tell you, Jack. I'm carrying... A heavy silence filled the air. Finally, Rose seemed to make up her mind. I think I'm gaining weight. I'm getting love handles. What should I do? What should you... I didn't notice at all. Really? Well, but my old skirt is getting kind of tight on me. If it really bothers you that much, why don't you start working out? I'll even join you if you like. That's great! How about jogging? Oh, before I forget, your mission this time is to hold up all enemies and get the goal. Good luck. My vision darkened. Just then, I thought I heard someone calling me from far away. For some reason, the voice seemed very familiar. Snake, get out of Solidus's trap! What does that mean? But what does that mean?
Freeze! Freeze!
Nice work.
It just means we gotta exit. The singularity. I was enveloped in an overpoweringly bright light. The next moment I was thrown into a huge space with a mysteriously lit floor surface. I could hear Otacon's voice. Snake! Snake, are you okay? I shook my head to clear a mild headache. It felt like I'd been dreaming for a long time. I've completely retaken control of the VR system from Solidus, said Otacon excitedly. That's good. So where's the singularity? I found it. It's there. You're in the singularity. Now we can start returning the universe to normal. Just then I felt something huge closing in from the front. A Metal Gear ray emerged from the darkness. Then a second one. Then more. Right after the others. Otacon screamed. It's Solidus' final attempt to stop us. I need a little more time to finish things on my end. Just hold on for a little bit. The Metal Gear ray units closed in. I scurried off against them. I'd have to fight until Otacon finished his work. It's okay, I love this fight. I love this fight. What? Oh my god. Da-da-da. Why? Federal Hall. When I came to, I once again found myself in what Solidus had called the gap between the parallel universes. I heard Otacon's happy voice from somewhere. Snake, we did it! Everything went perfectly on my end. Space has begun to repair itself. Exactly like it was before, I spoke to thin air. Should be. You should be pulled into the other universe soon. But it looks like the repairs are occurring sequentially. It could be some time before everything goes back to normal. Snake! Echoed Solidus' angry voice. There was a flash of light, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself standing atop the destroyed Federal Hall along with Solidus. Solidus threw his words. I said, just stop. It's over. The universe is repairing itself. No, it's not over. If I manage to kill you here, at least one universe where I survive will be made definite. Stop it. There has to be another way. I'm returning to my universe. I have no intention of interfering with yours. There's no reason for us to fight. But Solidus merely laughed at my words. Readying his words, he fixed me with a piercing, menacing stare. Enough talk. Fight me. This fight is a little bit harder without the sword of Trident, but it's possible.
What the fuck?
Oh, fuck me. Ah!
Is that the best you can do?
Yes. Oh my god, the fire keeps fucking hitting me. Let's go. Dude!
What's wrong with you?
I legit don't remember what's like the best strategy in defeating Solidus with Solid Snake.
Is that the best you can do?
Dude!
Is that the best you can do?
You didn't even get off, bro! Dude, how am I sucking in this fight this bad? Is this the best you can do, Jack? This is where it gets interesting. Oh my god! You fucking asshole!
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh!
Is that the best you can do? Die.
There we go. Jesus, was that harder than I wanted it to be. Solidus tumbled from the roof of Federal Hall. I threw my hand out for him, but caught nothing but air. Solidus's body fell in silence. I couldn't do anything but watch. The moment his body hit the ground, I was enveloped in a blindingly powerful light. When the light cleared, I found myself in the hideout. Otacon and Olga stood right in front of me. Otacon raised his hand. Hi, welcome back, Snake. Your return could mean that I'll be next to go, said Olga. We'll miss you. Olga smiled gently. I'll miss you too, but I have to go. There's somebody I want to see. Your kid? Olga looked at me in surprise. What? I don't have any children. Not yet. She lowered her voice as if embarrassed and said, My husband is waiting for me. Husband? Otacon and I exclaimed in shock. That's right, in my universe, I quickly interrupted her. No, we'd probably better off not knowing. Olga smiled broadly. A bright light enveloped her body and she was gone. Otacon said sadly, She's gone. Yeah, but now that I think of it, the snake standing in front of me seems different from the snake I know from my universe. It was just as Otacon said, in an uncountable number of parallel universes, there had to be some that were incredibly similar. We hadn't felt anything out of the ordinary, but it was possible that the Otacon in front of me was a millimeter taller than the Otacon I knew. Or maybe he didn't like dogs. Perhaps his father was still alive. The memories we thought we shared might have been erased from existence. But there was no way to check for sure. As I stood engrossed in thought, Otacon extended an open palm. The snake in my universe owes me $100. Ignoring him, I said, the Otacon from my universe wouldn't be angry even if I told him I accidentally broke one of his action figure toys. Otacon's eyes widened in shock. What? Which one did you break? I let out a laugh. Soon both of us were laughing. We realized something. We might not have the same shared memories, and perhaps we'd be going to different universes shortly. But one thing was clear. We were friends. The world filled with bright light. Otacon and I shook hands. When I came to, I was sitting in a chair in the hideout. I looked around the room. It was the same hideout as ever. There was no trace of the damage Solidus had caused. Had I returned to just before the whole incident even happened? My path of vision crossed with Otacon, who was sitting across from me. Did we come back? I asked Otacon. Judging from his tone of voice, it seemed he'd been through a similar experience to mine. There had to be an uncountable number of universes where nearly the same thing had occurred. I didn't know if this Otacon had been in the same universe with me, and there was no way to check. But I didn't really care. The person sitting in front of me was Otacon. It's all over, said Otacon, stretching. Something occurred to me and I said, Are you sure? What do you mean? I just wonder if it's really over yet. I told Otacon about what I couldn't get out of my head. When I faced Solidus at the end, I really hadn't wanted to fight him, but I did fight, and I killed him. It was as if I hadn't been in control of my own body. Solidus said the Couplethorn engine and the VR system interfered with the parallel universes. But what if he was wrong? Or what if there was another device that allowed one to externally observe and interfere with a parallel universe? You're thinking too much, Otacon said, laughing off. And anyway, he leaned toward me. Did you say you broke one of my action figures? No, I was just... Suddenly the door opened and in walked Mei Ling. She looked like nothing had happened to her at all. Hey, check this out! Mei Ling thrust the tabloid she'd brought with her. A monster at Big Shell? Dude! Is this now actually this universe's monster? Or is this another incident? Fuck! We don't know. And that's where the fucking story ends.
Human race is
Damn it!
about to slide back into the endless arms
That was
race
a
of the
long
last
one. That's
century.
probably the longest.
And we cannot
the snake
afford to play
tails.
that Russian roulette again. It is yours to guard.
I'm just happy I beat it today. I'm happy.
Flush out and rid our country of these corrupting forces. That's our mission.
And the ending theme for this is badass. It's like a YouTuber made this, and I can't believe it's an actual official theme in the game.
It is an undeniable fact that there is a force
I can't believe
in
somebody
our
actually
government
made this game.
within the military, seeking to control national affairs to suit its own interests. Metal Gear Ray bears the burden of confronting this party, thwarting their plans and guiding this nation back to its original path. The future of the country rests with you tonight. I have a daughter.
And it is my greatest pleasure to all her children.
Experience the horror of nuclear war.
Amazing.
Father,
This is fucking amazing.
world for the future generation. As a soldier,
Culture.
I
I
know,
know that's my duty. I had fun. I don't play the Snake Tales that often nowadays. I did as a kid or as a teenager. So I had fun going back to these. Time flew by. How many? Yeah, 5 hours. No, it's nice stream. Yeah, this took 1 hour. Yeah, this was a long one. This was a doozle. If I knew going into it that it would take an hour, I wouldn't have played the E chapter today. Because I'm gonna go to fucking sleep and get some amount of sleep. Anyway. That's the end of the stream for Friday. Tomorrow is an exciting one. Tomorrow is Horrific Saturday. We're gonna... Actually, tomorrow is Weekly Wheelie. We're gonna wheel some of the schedule for next week tomorrow. Hey, Mike, please. What the hell, Mike? We're gonna roll some of the schedule for next week. So we get to see what kind of schedule we'll have next week on stream. And folks, and chat. It's Horrific Saturday, so we're gonna be playing mouth-washing. I read online from how long to be that apparently it's supposed to be about 3 hours in length. So it might be that it's gonna be in one sitting type of game. I hope. Let's hope. Let's hope. Because that's what I'm prepared for. That's why I'm having the Weekly Wheelie tomorrow. Anyway, thanks everybody who did watch. If anybody ever joined during the stream and left, I thank for those people as well. I love all of you, regardless of who you are. I love all of you. Fucking love all of you. Every one of y'all. Have a good rest of Friday. See you on Saturday with Horrific Saturday. And see you on Sunday with Sunday Co-op Monday with Halo 2. Those are the rest of the streams for this week.